Hello, and welcome to the third and final day of our AccessLex Summer Series, which is the Academic and Bar Success Day. Wow, what a series this has been. We've truly gotten off to a great start and lots of great resources that can show us how to help students from admissions to admissions, so meaning law school admissions to bar admissions. So maybe you're joining us again after joining day one, which was our pre-law day. And on day one, we learned lots of great things about the Lex Scholars programs and lessons from the law school admissions interventions. But maybe you joined us on day two, our financial capability and policy day, where it was awesome to hear updates about what's happening in Washington, D.C., and from all of you about the impactful work that you're doing in our financial aid offices. So we are excited to wrap up the series today with the academic and bar success content, where we'll be learning more about some interesting bar support interventions. So again, whether you're returning or joining us for the first time today, welcome, and thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here. So just most recently, during my tenure as an administrator in law schools, I always knew it was really tough to prioritize professional development, especially during the months of the bar exam. And so we understand how valuable your time is. And again, we thank you for taking time out of your schedules to do a little professional development with us today. We also know the work you do is very meaningful and sometimes a bit taxing. So hopefully you're finding time for rest, restoration, and being able to recharge yourself this summer. And most importantly, hopefully some time for a little fun. That's our goal for today. We definitely want to have fun. So we'll have some activities, prizes, and lots of great information to share with you along the way. So as one of your co-hosts, I do want to take an opportunity to introduce myself and my amazing co-host, Fidel. Fidel, do you want to get us started?
Sure. Thank you, Kamisha. Welcome, everybody. It's so great to be here. I'm very excited about today. It's a privilege and honor to co-host this event with you, Kamisha. As Kamisha mentioned, my name is Fidel Calero. I'm the National Director of the Helix Bar Review Engagement in the East. Roughly, I've been with the AccessLex Institute for 4.5 years. I'm very much looking forward to today's speakers, the prizes, and the questions that you may come up with and actually hopefully send to us. We'll be more than happy to respond to them. Thank you again for being here. Kamisha, I want to turn it over to you to share a little bit about your background.
Thank you, Fidel. I, too, am just excited to be here. And yes, happy to share more about my journey to AccessLex. I've already seen lots of familiar names on the call. And as I alluded to just a moment ago, I have been most recently working as a law school administrator, providing student services and academic support services to students. But it's been a delight to join the AccessLex Helix Bar Review Engagement Team. And I currently am serving as the National Director in the West.
Thank you, Kamisha. Again, it's great to be co-hosting the event with you. It's amazing how we continue to provide and create these engaging presentations in this virtual space nowadays, right? I can imagine all of you are quite familiar with the virtual meeting spaces. However, I want to take a moment to get you familiar with this On24 platform and just to make sure that you all are familiar with the actual features that we're going to be engaging with today. So right now, your whole screen should look something like the slide I'm sharing with you. So you've got a slide box in the upper left-hand side of your screen displaying the PowerPoint presentation. In the upper right-hand corner, the speaker's box where you'll see my face and Kamisha's. And in the lower portion, you'll see some tools, which I'm going to talk about briefly. One of the best parts of the actual platform itself is that you can customize your view. So if you'd like to make those slides a little bit bigger, or if you just want to make them disappear, just drag the box from the right-hand edge and resize it, or plainly minimize them. You can also move the boxes around your screen to make your view your own. During our time today, if you do have, hopefully not any technical issues, we do recommend refreshing your browser. However, if you do have additional issues, please make sure to reach out to us. Typically, these type of, the technical aspect of it, the issues get resolved once you refresh. So you should see at the bottom of the screen itself a row of icons. The golden yellow box with the question mark on the right-hand side that you're seeing is the help feature. On the orange box that you see with the question mark in the middle of the two speech bubbles is the Ask a Question panel, which we may refer to it today either the Ask a Question panel or the Q&A panel throughout the day. So feel free to drop in your question, comments there as we roll along today with the presentations. Please note that your messages are in fact private and will be sent directly to one of our team members that are monitoring the Q&A panel. The blue box, which you're seeing right now, it's actually a paperclip, is where you'll find all of the resources that we'll be sharing for today's webinar series. So please download them and follow the presentations with them if you can. Kamisha, I'd like to take a moment right now to test the Q&A panel, the feature itself, or you may refer to it as the Ask a Question panel.
Fidel, I think that's a great idea. So I mentioned since I've been here, I have been learning about all the wonderful resources that I wish I knew more about when I was an administrator in my position. And so I'm sure someone told me, I just didn't know about all the great tools. And so I'm really curious to know from those of you in the audience, what is your favorite AccessLex resource? So you may have more than one, and that's okay, but we'd love for you to share with us one of the resources that you love and tell us why you like it. And so as a quick note, I do want to let you know that we'll share comments that you send to us throughout the day. We'll do so anonymously, but if you want a little shout out, just put that in the message when you send it in, and we're happy to share your name and your school if you want whenever you send in your comment. So if you haven't done so already, locate that Ask a Question panel or the Q&A panel, and please share your thoughts with us. What's your favorite AccessLex resource and why? Feel free to type it into the Q&A panel, and then we'll give you all about 30 seconds or so to see if we can get some responses in here. While you're doing that, I want to take some time to share our favorites. Fidel, what's the top of your list for your favorite resource right now?
Gosh, Kamisha, that's such a great question. I love all the resources, but I got to say by far, and I don't want to seem biased or anything like that, but I got to say it's Max by AccessLex. The reason behind that, Kamisha, why I love that resource itself, it's just the amount of content and resources that come with it that essentially assist a student to navigate their finances. So that has to be by far my favorite one.
That's
Kamisha,
a great one.
What's yours?
Yeah, I was saying Max is a great one. That's how I really got introduced to AccessLex as well when I was an administrator, but it's hard for me to choose. I think mine are between two, Raising the Bar and the ARC. So Raising the Bar was a tool I used as an administrator. I love to read all the great resources that were in that publication. And since I've been working here, I've discovered the ARC, which is our AccessLex Resource Center, and it kind of just houses all of the great publications and writings that are pertinent to academic support in bar space. So I enjoy that because it has Raising the Bar articles as well as a lot of great writings and scholarly stuff that folks in this community are putting out there. So I enjoy both of those. So really hard for me to choose. But Fidel, let's see what some of our colleagues are saying. I see some answers are scrolling in.
Yeah, they are, in fact, and really appreciate everybody's utilizing the Q&A panel. I'm seeing a lot of the law school scholarship data bank, obviously the money aspect from it, and my favorite, again, not being biased, but Max by AccessLex. What are you saying, Kamisha?
Yeah, I'm looking down here. I see some people that also love Raising the Bar, but folks are putting in analytics, and that's a tool, I really wish I knew more about. It would have helped me draft some reports and things like that when I was in my administrator role. So thank you all for sharing that great content.
Thank you, Kamisha. So I know, Kamisha, you mentioned that you wish you knew more about the cool resources that are available when you were an administrator. So I just want to make sure everyone's first aware of who we are. We at AccessLex Institute are the largest nonprofit organization dedicated to the support of law students and legal education. And I got to say, by far is the reason why I'm here today. As our tagline says it, our goal and our mission is to empower the next generation of lawyers. And providing these professional development opportunities, I truly believe it's just one way that we do that with you. So from the pre-law to the academic and bar success, we partner with you to support students' journey from law school admissions to bar admissions. And we have a lot of people working on policy issues, creating additional resources, and supporting research to advance access and affordability in legal education. Kamisha, I do want to take a moment to just go through a quick overview of what we're going to be experiencing today and to keep us on task. So we're going to start our first session at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Throughout the day, we will have breaks. By the way, we built them in between each session just to give us an opportunity to digest all the great content. Maybe you have additional questions, grab a cup of coffee, or plainly just stretch. Kamisha, would you mind sharing a little bit about those exciting opportunities during our breaks, please?
Fidel, it's my pleasure. And as you mentioned, we definitely know that breaks are so important. And so you're welcome to grab a snack, refresh your beverage if you like. I have my tea here with me today. So you could take a dog for a walk. I might have to do that on one of the breaks. Yes. However you break, we want to know that there are some opportunities to win some really awesome prizes. So let me share some of those with you today. You may need to check messages, but while you're away, we ask that you participate in some of our activities. So as Fidel mentioned, we'll get started today right at 15 after the hour, but our first 15-minute break will come after that first session at 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll ask you to join us in a little analytics opportunity. So you'll have an opportunity after completing that activity to win a 24-ounce Hydro Flask water bottle. And my favorite part is the winner gets to pick their color. So who knows? I hope they have my favorite color, which is purple. All right, so during our second break, we'll take a moment to catch our collective breaths with a few minutes of yoga. So we'll provide you a Zoom link to join, and that should be a nice activity to just breathe. And then during our last break from 4 to 4:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we'll be asking you to submit information via the Ask a Question panel. And we want to know about your advice that you would give on the bar exam. So we know that you're probably spending lots of time with your students right now, giving them advice for the bar exam. So we're curious. And I want you to know we'll share that event or that document out. So we'll compile all your responses and share them back with you so that we can all learn collectively from the great advice that we'll share to our students. And finally, from that advice, we'll select one random winner that can win this lovely bocce ball set. So I actually have in my background here my trophy from when I won second place in our bocce ball tournament with friends. So good luck to those who will win that set and have some fun. And then last but not least, we want to invite you to make social media posts during our event today using the hashtag LexSummer. So the winner of the social media contest will win a Fujifilm Instax smartphone printer. And we will announce that winner at the end of the day when we wrap up our event. So whether it's Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, whatever suits your fancy, use any of those platforms to share what you're learning today. And don't forget to use that hashtag LexSummer so that we can find your response. Fidel, before we dive in too far to our panel today, I just want to see who's joining us on the call today. So please find that Ask a Question panel again and let us know your name, your school, and where you're located. I imagine the world's opening back up a bit and folks might be located in different places. And while we wait for a few answers to come in, Fidel, I'd love to know a question about the bar exam. Tell me, what was the craziest thing you experienced during your bar exam study period?
Kamisha, you're touching on the past, right? A little traumatizing, but I don't want to seem negative, but this is real thing that happened. Some of you may not know, I'm located in Florida, in South Florida, and I had to travel to Tampa, Florida, essentially to take the bar exam. The day before the bar exam, I'm not going to mention the hotel chain, but I essentially arrived at my hotel and they had oversold my room. Not just me, a couple of other folks, but thankfully somebody gave me a tip to always have a plan B. So luckily I found a solution, but it was in fact, Kamisha, traumatizing, and I'm still traumatized to this day for it.
Well, thank you for digging in and sharing that for us, Fidel.
I'm curious to know what was yours now.
I just had a brief meltdown in the middle of summer, right about this time in June, where I ran and hit it off near our. Really funny because my study group didn't come check on me, and they didn't study. So I guess we all needed a break that day. And we know that that is a big part of the experience. We're getting close to the start of our session time, but I do want to see we have some folks here joining us from Oregon and Idaho, Washington, Vegas. I'm calling out the West on accident, but those are the ones I see. Fidel, what do you see in the chat?
I also see folks here from Florida, New York, Boston. And by the way, we have over 200 folks actually attending today. So cheers to everybody for coming in today and enjoy all the presentations.
Yes. Wow. Well, welcome to all of you joining us for the first time today. And for the rest of you that are joining us again, welcome back. We don't want to get started too late. We're ready to kick this show off. Now that you've got a rundown of the day, you're comfortable with the Ask a Question panel, it's really time to dive in. I do want to give just one last reminder. Any technical issues that you have or questions or even special requests for the day, please drop a note in that Q&A panel. So Fidel, I'll pass it over to you to kick us off.
Thank you, Kamisha. And for our first session, I have Stephanie Markin from Gallup, which will be monitoring the discussion for today's presentation, From Zero to Zoom, Lessons from the Forced Experiment of Online Learning in Legal Education. I'll turn it over to you, Stephanie, to lead our discussion. And very excited to hear about this because we've all been part of this. Thank you.
Great. Wonderful. Well, thank you all so much for having me. My name is Stephanie Markin. I'm Executive Director of Education Research here at Gallup, and I'm really excited to be joining you and sharing some of the research that the Gallup and AccessLex team has been working on over the course of the past year, really to understand in detail the lived law school student experience, exactly what students were experiencing, their reflections, and some of the positive learnings that we took away from this rather difficult academic year. I'm going to start us off by sharing just in more detail some of our most important findings from the research, what we learned in talking to students. And then we'll transition to a panel-based discussion where we'll hear from some of our experts about their experience over the last year and some of their experiences actually teaching in this environment and even as being a student as well. And then finally, we'll conclude the conversation with your great questions. So please do share any questions or comments that you have about the research in the chat functionality, and we'll be happy to get to as many of those questions as is possible. So I'll start us off by providing you just a little bit of background about the research that we did this past year, so you understand a little bit more about what we'll be sharing in that detailed report. So importantly, we really wanted to hear from students directly about their lived experiences last year. So the findings that I'll be sharing here today are based on about 1,800 surveys that we conducted with currently enrolled law school students nationally from a really diverse group of law schools throughout the country. Very different types of institutions located in very different places. We really sought diversity in that sample of students for whom we interviewed. And we asked them a series of questions about their lived experiences last year, just how many of their courses were online, their experience in that emergency remote classroom that some of you might have seen firsthand, and the impact remote learning had on their well-being, on their life outside of law school. And then importantly, we captured some characteristics and qualities of what we viewed as really positive learning experiences in that distant environment for students based on their own reflections on the quality of that experience. Now, all of the findings that I'll share here today that will get us started are in the detailed report that's been made publicly available by the AccessLex team. So please do review that report because there's so many great findings that we couldn't possibly get to in this discussion in just an hour-long conversation that I think you'll find really interesting. Now, important to our research this year was just how many students were learning online and what that looked like for them. So we actually asked students directly the extent to which they were taking their courses in person, in a hybrid setting, or fully or mostly online. And we found that 90% of the law school students who we interviewed were taking at least half or more of their courses online. And that was true for the fall and the spring academic terms. Now, we also asked them a series of questions of how they thought their institution handled the pandemic and the challenges that it presented to them, because obviously that's really important to the extent to which people would rate their program in a high quality way, but also important to students actually persisting and completing at that institution, not just this year, but also in future years. We asked them two really specific questions on this topic that are here on this screen, and we asked them to rate these two questions on a scale of 1 through 5. Where 1 meant they strongly disagreed with the item and 5 meant they strongly agreed with the statement. The first statement that we presented to students was the extent to which they agreed or disagreed that their school was successfully responding to the challenges that the pandemic created this last year. And the second question here, you'll see, says, I trust that my institution is acting in the best interest of the students during the COVID-19 crisis. Now, what we found was about 6 in 10 students strongly agreed or agreed with both of these statements. So 27% of students who we interviewed strongly agreed that the school was successfully responding to the challenges that the pandemic created. And about another third reported that they agreed with that statement, that they felt like their institution was successfully responding to those challenges. In that second question, you see about a third of our students strongly agreed that the institution was acting in the best interests of their students. And about another quarter agreed with that statement. Now, what you'll see is there were some differences that are featured in great detail in the report between the type of student that was responding to the question and their substantive answers to questions like these. Specifically, we found a lot of differences between the actual tier of institution that the student was attending and their responses to these two questions. Now, you'll see on the left-hand side, we have tier 1 schools, then we have tier 2 schools, responses from students attending tier 3, and then tier 4 schools. And what you'll see here is that students who are attending tier 1 schools and tier 2 schools were actually a little more negative than those who are attending tier 3 and tier 4 on both of these important questions about whether or not the school is acting in the best interests of students and also whether or not they were successfully responding to the challenges created by the pandemic. So about a quarter, 23% of our students who were attending tier 1 schools said that they felt like the school was acting in the best interests of their students. And 18% of those tier 1 students also strongly agreed that the school is acting in a way that responded to the challenges successfully that the pandemic was creating. If you go to the right-hand side of that spectrum, what you'll see here is just 38% of the students for whom we interviewed strongly agreed that they were acting in the students' best interest if they were attending a tier 4 school. So you'll see much higher agreement with those statements as you move across the types of schools for whom we interviewed. We also saw some really interesting differences in rating of the program based on whether a student was learning in person, in a remote setting, fully online, or in a hybrid solution. So we asked students directly, how would you rate the quality of your JD program during the COVID-19 pandemic? And students could say that the quality was excellent, good, fair, or poor. And what you'll see here is those students who were learning mostly or completely online, just 11% of them rated the quality of their JD program as excellent, compared with 21% who were learning mostly or completely in person. Similarly, you'll see that 37% of those who are learning mostly or completely online rated the quality of their program as good, as compared with 52%, so just over half of those who are learning mostly or completely in person. Now, this might not shock some of you because, as you can imagine, these students chose an in-person experience. Although there are only very few ABA-accredited law schools that offer an online offering, there are some that do, and these students chose an in-person experience. So it's not surprising to hear that that impacted, at least to some extent, the quality of their rating. This is also something that we saw across the board in other studies that we did this last year in undergraduate student education and even other types of graduate level programming. Now, we also saw important differences that are detailed very extensively in the report based on the year in school, right? 1L students versus 2L students versus 3L students on things like quality and otherwise. And what you'll see here is that we did see significant differences between 1Ls and 2Ls and 3Ls. So 1L students were far more likely to rate their quality of their program as excellent or good as compared with 2Ls and 3Ls. Now, that's not so surprising when you consider the fact that 1Ls had nothing to really compare their experience to this past year, right? This was entirely new for them, and they didn't necessarily even have an in-person experience to compare to. So just 7% of our 2Ls and 3Ls reported that the quality of their education and their program last year was excellent, compared with 18% of 1Ls. So pretty seismic differences when you consider the total proportion of students who are rating their program as excellent, good, fair, or poor. Now, we also looked for a lot of the experiences students had to have while enrolled in their courses to report that it was a high quality one. So we asked students a series of questions about the extent to which all or most of their courses were using each of these different approaches to reach and teach students. Things like live lectures from faculty, the Socratic method, written assignments, online discussions, quizzes, skills-based instruction, group projects, pre-recorded lectures, etc. And students could report the extent to which each of these things was happening in all or most of their courses. And then we compare the presence to each of those methods to how they rated the quality of their program. And what you'll see here is that those students who reported that they had a really excellent experience this last year reported a tremendously diverse group of approaches being used in their courses to reach and teach them, right? So you take, for example, the cases of live lectures from faculty. 94% of those students who reported their experience was excellent reported that that was happening in all or most of their courses. And 63% of them reported online discussions specifically were also occurring in all or most of their courses. You go across that grid to what we call a poor experience. 21% of people who reported they had a poor experience reported online discussions were a cornerstone of their courses. So there were clearly some programmatic ways in which schools were reaching and teaching students in each of their courses that had a huge impact on the extent to which students were to report they had an excellent experience this past year. Now, we also asked a series of questions about the future for these students, the extent to which they were confident that they'd have the knowledge and skills they needed to be successful upon graduation, and specifically to pass the bar exam. And as you can imagine, there was a lot of hesitation and nervousness among the students for whom we interviewed, regardless of whether or not they were online in person to some extent, based on those futuristic statements, right? So the questions were, I'm confident I will graduate from my JD program with the knowledge and skills I need to be successful in my chosen career path. And I'm confident that I will graduate from my JD program with the knowledge and skills I need to pass the bar exam. And again, using a 5-point scale, students could share the extent to which they strongly agreed or strongly disagreed with that statement. And you can see there is a difference based on how they were learning and their response to these important questions, right? So those students who are mostly or completely online were less likely to strongly agree or agree with these statements than those who are mostly or completely in person. So about a third, 34% of our students who were mostly or completely online strongly agreed that they were confident they had the skills and knowledge they need to be successful in their career path. You compare that to about half, 47% of those who are mostly or completely in person who said the same. And similarly, in the case of confidence around the bar exam, we saw just about a third, 35% of those who are mostly or completely online reported that they were confident they would have the knowledge and skills they needed to pass the bar, as compared with 48% of those who are learning mostly or completely in person. So it had a clear impact on their self-efficacy and their confidence in the future. Now, interestingly, although they were slightly more dissatisfied if they were online, and although they reported that they were very concerned about the future, we also saw that online students were just as likely as in-person students to report that their academic performance was on par with prior academic experiences. So when we asked students which statement best describes the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on your academic performance in law school, we gave them 3 options. 1, my academic performance has improved since the pandemic. My academic performance has been unchanged since the pandemic, and my academic performance has declined since the pandemic. And you'll see those who were completely online in the fall and the spring of this year, 25% of them said that it actually improved. 36% said that it had actually declined. When you look at those who are completing in person, you'll see very similar rates. So 24% say it's improved, 35% say it's declined. So although they were less satisfied and although they reported real concerns about the future, they were just as likely as their in-person peers to report that their academic performance was on track as it compares to prior experiences. Now, we also asked students the extent to which they would rate their life on a series of issues, right? We were really interested in well-being specifically. Well-being, obviously, is one of the most important topics that everybody's been talking about this past year. At Gallup, we've been tracking and measuring life evaluation and well-being for the better part of the last several decades. And what we saw last year during the pandemic was there was really record fluctuations in well-being. And you probably experienced this in your own life or in your interactions with others, where you would talk to somebody one week and talk to them next, and you feel like you saw 2 dramatically different people because their well-being was changing in real time as the pandemic impacted us all in real time. Things like school closures and school openings, changes in employment status of loved ones. All of these things had a huge impact on how people viewed their own life and their future. Now, we ask about life evaluation using 2 questions in our surveys, the first of which asks people to rate their current life, and then the second of which asks them to rate their future life. And when we combine that, we share an overall life rating. What we saw here was in students' life evaluation, there was an important impact on their life evaluation based on whether or not they thought that their online courses had met their learning needs. So obviously their experiences in real time in their law school program is having a huge impact on their views of their own lives and their future life evaluation. Now, we also were really interested in understanding the extent to which the pandemic and specifically remote learning was impacting people's time for other parts of their lives, right? Because we heard a lot of stories anecdotally from students that they obviously had less commute time or less challenges in accessing campus that could positively impact their ability to actually spend time with loved ones or even study more, et cetera. So we wanted to see the extent to which that was the case. So we asked this question: how has transitioning to online courses during the pandemic affected the amount of time you have for each of the following? We asked about relevant learning and work opportunities, e.g. internships and clerkships, working to earn money, studying and preparing for courses, caring for family members, and self-care. And we saw some important differences that people reported the pandemic was having on their experiences to do these things. So 38% of our students said the time they had to study and prepare for courses had increased significantly or somewhat with the transition to online courses. And 25% said the time they had for learning and work opportunities had actually increased, while 30% said it had decreased. And importantly, just about half of our students said the time they had to care for family members had increased, while only 9% said it had decreased. So some positive changes in that area. Now, again, as I mentioned earlier, we saw some important differences based on the year somebody was in, whether or not, but we also saw important differences based on the type of school that they were in. And students of Tier 4 law schools were more likely to be actually promoters than were students of institutions in other tiers. So what we see here is on a scale of 0 to 10, where we ask people the extent to which they would actually recommend online JD courses to family members, friends, or colleagues, there were significant differences between the type of school that you attended and your willingness to be a promoter. So students at those Tier 4 schools were just far more likely to be a promoter of their online experience than were students at Tier 1 or even Tier 2 schools. Now, with that, I'd love to transition to our panel-based discussion because I'd love to hear our experts' reactions to some of these findings. I'm going to introduce our great panelists here this morning and this afternoon based on where you're calling in from. Sarah Berman is joining us. Sarah is the Director of Academic and Bar Success Programs at the AccessLex Institute's Center for Legal Education Excellence. Sarah previously served as a professor of law, so we're excited to hear about her experiences teaching, and directed academic success departments in law schools in California and Florida. She's widely recognized for decades of experience teaching students to pass the bar exams nationwide, and also for her expertise in distance learning, specifically in the legal education. She served as the faculty of the nation's first fully online law school for more than 15 years and was appointed by the ABA as the fact finder for several ABA law school distance learning variance applications. She also founded and serves as managing editor of Raising the Bar, and her publications include primers for self-represented litigants on the civil and criminal justice systems and numerous articles and books for law students and faculty on academic and bar exam success. We're excited to have her. Welcome, Sarah. And then we also have joining us Professor Meyer. Professor Meyer is a lecturer on law at New England Law, Boston, where he teaches criminal law and academic excellence courses online. He's also an adjunct professor in the online Master of Science of Law program at Nova Southeastern University. And in the fall of 2020, during the pandemic, he taught an online advanced legal research and writing course at Southern University Law Center. Professor Meyer is also a Doctor of Education candidate in an online program at Vanderbilt University, so excited to hear about his experience as an online student as well as a professor. And during the pandemic, he studied the subjects of human and organizational learning in an online setting while teaching law and legal school online at 3 different law schools. Prior to becoming an educator and a professor, Professor Meyer was a litigator in the Office of Florida's Capital Collateral Regional Counsel, where he represented defendants on Florida's death row. Welcome, Chance.
Nice to see you, Stephanie. Nice to be with you. Thank you.
Well, I'm really excited to hear from you both on your reactions to some of this research, because you have such lived experience both in teaching but also being a student yourself, Chance. So I'm curious, from your perspective, this year has just been an incredible kind of laboratory experiment for law schools. And, of course, it's been a great experimental condition for all higher education institutions. Everybody's kind of had to figure this out. But for law schools specifically, just given the small number of law schools that were fully or partially online prior to the pandemic, it's really disrupted the legal education more so, I think, than even some of our other higher education experiences that students can access. So I'm curious, from your perspective, what are some of the lessons maybe that law schools can take away from the pandemic if we think about maybe the silver lining of the last year? And Chance, I'd love to start with you.
That's a fantastic question, Stephanie, because I think crisis is bad, but disruption can be good, and we can learn a lot from it. And I think in the last year, the crisis triggered a lot of really intensive conversations around student engagement, teaching practices that were directed at the online space. But if we're very intentional about taking away lessons from this experience, I think a lot of them could be translated into the classroom as well. So I think one thing that we see that's in this amazing data that you've compiled is bright spots. Like, for instance, as you mentioned before, the fact that students who care for family members found that a lot of their time was freed up. I think it's a really important thing for us to all kind of like sit up and take note of that, this shared goal that AccessLex and that law schools have. We're all kind of directed at student access to the legal profession, and something like that can be determinative for a student, right? Whether or not they can get access to the legal profession. And so that's just sort of hiding there in the data. I think there's other things like that that we can uncover, positive, bright side things about online education. And I think it's important to note that, just because over the last year, we've been so understandably focused on the challenges of it. Of course, there's challenges around online education. And because we had to conquer all of those so quickly, because we had to, do years of building organizational capacity, personal capacity, and, inside of a semester, really, we've been so hyper-focused on those challenges that we haven't yet seen the benefits fall out of that experience. So I think it's one thing we should keep our eye on going forward.
Great. Sarah, what would you add there? What are some of the bright spots or maybe positive lessons that you feel like schools have learned that they could take forward from the pandemic?
Yeah, well, I concur with everything Chance said, and I think that crisis does equal opportunity. And the fact that there were schools intentionally engaged in this before the pandemic is important. There weren't that many, but they were very thoughtful and had to be, particularly those that sought variances, because the requirements were very rigorous, or are very rigorous. So I think one of the bright spots in the data was that those students who had easier access to student support services and activities were more favorable. Well, it takes intentionality and a time frame to build a program backward design, just as it does to create a course. Backward design is sort of the mantra of really effective online learning construction. And I think that what we saw in this world where Chance and I were talking earlier, it wasn't just remote, it wasn't just emergency remote, it was world pandemic, world catastrophe remote. I mean, this was thrown together at a time when people were facing life and death by just walking out and going to the supermarket. There were people literally who didn't have space to access the internet and study. So it's not, it's a very different atmosphere, I think, that we were looking at. And to see any positives, let alone some really compelling positives during a time of life-threatening daily activity, I think is really a huge bright spot in this. And some of the particulars can help us think about what we want to focus on planning for the future.
Well, you talked about some of the variants, Sarah, in your comment there, and I think that was something that really struck the Gallup team and maybe even the AccessLex team, was just the variance in responses around quality of experience or the likelihood somebody would be a promoter of their experience based on the type of school that they went to. And I think many in this audience are probably surprised at the difference between tier 1, 2, 3, and 4 schools and the extent to which their students would report that they had a high quality experience. Obviously the finding here was that specifically tier 1 and tier 2 schools fared far worse in some of these questions than tier 3 and tier 4 students. And I'm curious, maybe Sarah, we'll start with you. Did that surprise you, and why or why not?
Well, it didn't surprise me, and I think that there are a lot of different reasons for that. One of them, I think, may dovetail with the expectations factor that we saw with that difference between 1Ls and 2Ls and 3Ls. So somebody who started off this way, I think that people who start off with the idea of going to a top tier school have a real heartfelt desire to be there. And the whole reason I want to go to Yale is to be a part of the culture and community, not just in the classroom, but walking the halls and having a chance at activities to meet professors that I've read about and heard about and perhaps idolized for many years. So I think that that was my first inclination when I thought about that, is that very well could be people whose heart was set on being on those particular campuses. And I know Chance has some other different thoughts on that differential.
Yeah, Chance, what would you say? What do you feel like is the difference? And did it surprise you? You know, why might that be that a tier 1 or tier 2 student was so less positive about their experience?
I think it's a fascinating finding. I agree, you know, with Sarah's view. One thing that occurred to me that might also help explain it is that in the 3rd and 4th tier, I think just a lot of innovation goes on generally. So looking for new teaching methods leads to just new initiatives, trying new things, and having all the organizational members, staff, faculty, students all get kind of more accustomed to being nimble around change, right? You're just changing things a lot. There's experimentation and innovation going on just by nature in those tiers, I think. So that could have something to do with it, both in how nimble the organization was in adapting to environmental changes, because they're used to doing it. Sometimes it's market changes, you know, changes in legal education. In this instance, it was just global pandemic change. And also in perceptions around it, just a higher comfort level with, you know, a rapid organizational level shifting modalities, shifting teaching methods. There might have just been a little more agility in responding to that. One thing that occurred to me just listening to Sarah talk earlier too that I hadn't thought of before is just kind of the academic support traditions in those tiers and the student-centeredness of that, you know, and how organizations build processes and structures around that need. So there could be also like a normative thing going on that those institutions are just really used to beginning the conversation of how is this impacting students and how do we prevent it from negatively impacting student success is just sort of a lens through which they would view all organizational change. So there could be something there going on as well.
It's a really good point. I will say, you know, one thing that I was struck by was some of the responses to questions about the extent to which schools were acting in the best interest of their students and, you know, the extent to which they were really responding successfully to the challenges. I'm curious, you know, how the transition that you saw this last year, you think speaks to law school's ability to adapt and just change in general. And maybe Chance, will start with you.
Well, I think there's a lot to be proud of. You know, first of all, as you mentioned, I was teaching at 3 law schools in the fall. So I got to see 3 institutions respond, you know, from the inside. I got to see them, how they responded and the strengths and weaknesses of those responses, because no one's response was perfect, of course. And as a student in the online Vanderbilt program, I got to experience how Vanderbilt responded from that perspective. And, you know, I have to start by saying all of the conversations in all of those organizations around the situation had like the best of human nature in them that can come out in crisis, right? You saw a lot of collaboration, and the conversations were focused on protecting and serving students. You know, it wasn't the faculty conversations, other things kind of went to the side, right? Like scholarship and things that weren't just like really centered on practically, functionally, organizationally helping that student outcome, right? That helping maximize that. So, you know, the nature of the conversations were really wonderful, I think, even in this terrible time. And I think we learned a lot about just how nimble we can be. We did years worth of learning, organizational learning, building individual learning inside of a few months. And now those capacities are there. And, to the extent that we can continue what AccessLex and Gallup have started here of sort of uncovering the positive downstream consequences of this, because there are some, we can take advantage of what we've built going forward, right? So I guess I'm just responding to a concern I've been having that if we sort of rush back to the familiarity of the classroom, we might be leaving behind some opportunities here to create positive outcomes for students with these capacities that we've now gone to the trouble building out of necessity, but they can be exploited. We can continue to help students who have family obligations at home. We can help minimize financial obligations by, I teach in one of the most expensive real estate markets in the country. And if a student doesn't have to take out student loans to pay for rent, that's a real practical, powerful, impact that we can have with the capacities we've built. So I think that's what we've learned. I think we've learned we're more nimble than we think we are. And I think we've learned that there are some really positive things we can discover in online education, which we might have previously looked at as, a sort of lesser than form of education.
Sarah, what would you add?
So I first of all want to say that we were thrown into this experiment as a nation. In isolated parts of the country, people have been thrown into similar experiments by weather events and other events. I know Chance and I were teaching at a law school that faced a hurricane, and we turned our whole department online and had 3 weeks of material online, so students didn't lose any of their education during that time when the law school was down. Similarly, I know that occurs in the Northeast with snow and with situations where it's hard for students to get in with icy roads and things like that. So I want to say that everything that we learned will be translatable. But I want to touch on when you ask about the nimbleness and what we learned. So one of the things it shows in the data is that students who were exposed to different forms of learning modalities, in addition to lecture, responded very well overall. And I think that's one of the things that we knew, but that was really brought home during this pandemic. And every professor I talked to, and I talked to a lot of professors this past year, who were, how do I put my course online, was the question, right? But instead of just standing in front of a podium online and lecturing, they let in, for the first time, many of them, oh, I have a whole toolbox. What's in that toolbox? And we had, very robust listservs and conferences and faculty development sessions for people to learn about online tools and asynchronous tools and synchronous tools, polling and all sorts of things synchronously and asynchronously, things that people just didn't imagine before. And I hope that's one of the silver linings, because we knew that legal education needed a refresh, and maybe this can provide that.
Well, it's funny you say that, because one of my questions to both of you was going to be, what's here to stay? What have we learned and tried this last year that should be here to stay? And Sarah, maybe we'll start with you.
Well, definitely, I think the toolbox of teaching modalities needs to stay, and we need to really be intentional in how we plan courses and how we think about learning, both from the faculty side and from the student side. Another thing I'll point out is some of the findings indicate that those who found it easy to access student services were happier and more pleased with the result. Well, that's something that should be all the time. We should take that forward. And I was thinking this morning that, the same problems of having a difficult time accessing student services can exist in the physical world. We just may not have thought about it in terms of how, well, we offered it on campus, so it was there. Well, it wasn't always easy for students to find the counseling center. It wasn't always easy for students to make an appointment with financial aid or with various other services. So I think the intentionality with which we make the panoply of services and co-curricular activity for students available, the idea of wanting to make that easy to access in the online space, I think we should keep it in a hybrid space so that it's easy to access for students who, you know, maybe they couldn't get to counseling except after work or on the weekends, or, you know, so I think that those are two things, the diversity of teaching methodology and the accessibility of student services are things I hope we take with us.
Chance, what do you hope we take with us?
I couldn't agree more. I think also readiness. So, you know, we were in this situation, we had to cobble together LMSs and, you know, video conferencing platforms and figure out what works, just reorganize, rearrange all of the processes in our law schools around online. And I think that students were understanding about that sort of the need to scramble in that way. I think in the future, we might get a different response to that question of, do you think your organization did a good job in responding to, you know, insert crisis here? If we're not ready to switch back online and have those capacity, both technical and normative capacities built. So one, we have the LMS in place, things like that on the technical side. And then on the normative side, we know how to pull this off in a way that gives real authentic opportunity to learn in those spaces, right? Our whole rhetoric around it, our talk, our attitudes around it support learning in those environments. So that's a kind of a general point. Specifically, I think there's things like, I think we've learned a lot about things like just-in-time teaching. So, you know, like all of a sudden you find yourself in an online classroom and you can poll your students and, hey, I can get to the end of a module or a topic and in just seconds, you know, 90 seconds, I can shoot out a poll with a few multiple choice questions in it that I threw together and like a dipstick, kind of dip it into the class and see it comes out 80% of people, 90% of people have some acquired knowledge. They're where they need to be. We're good. We're building concepts. Or happened to me plenty, you know, 30, 40% are following, and I need to circle back because I haven't done my job very well. And now I know that I haven't done my job very well. And I don't have to wait to a formative assessment in the middle of the semester or something like that. I know now that just-in-time teaching, that responsiveness to what the class is doing as a whole, moment by moment, is so powerful and replicable in person. You can have, you know, students with devices and computers in the classroom, and you can get, you know, a polling platform there as well. And then just other, you know, teaching methods that served engagement, that served active learning, which is what we were all concerned about and going for in the online space. And, you know, like, you know, project-based learning, you know, all of those things that we found successful that students responded to. In one way or another, they're transferable to the classroom. You know, I would miss very much leaving behind breakout rooms and that functionality, because anyone who has ever tried to do that, and especially in a large format classroom, it's a mess, it's noisy, and it takes minutes just ticking away from your class time to do small groups in class. But I mean, there's other takeaways like just-in-time learning, like polling, that I think are really transferable and really, really useful.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned engagement, Chance, because one of the questions that we asked, obviously, was around this issue of engagement, how engaged students were during this last academic year, especially for those students who were remote for the first time, and what engagement looked like. And I'm curious, from your perspective, you know, our finding obviously was that students were less engaged, right, as they were learning remotely and during this difficult academic year. Does that matter? Is that important to know? And is that a problem that students were maybe a little less engaged than they would have been otherwise? And maybe, Sarah, we'll start with you.
Well, it's something we need to dig down a lot deeper into. I think. Does it matter, engagement? Absolutely. All learning science shows that people need to be engaged and to be involved. It seems sort of very self-evident. But how do you measure engagement? What does engagement mean? do we have the right to assume that just because people are present in a physical space that they are engaged? Did we perhaps misjudge the level of engagement in this, a paradise that we're comparing to beforehand that didn't really exist, right? So, and my goodness, even if we had been able to be in person, would we have been engaged while our world was falling apart around us? Would we have been, there were so many discussions in terms of the racial reckoning in this country, where students were really having a hard time spending a lot of time in certain material when the world was burning right around them. And so I think that engagement is critical. It's critical to learning. It's critical to lifelong learning. I got engaged in law school and excited about stuff, and I haven't stopped. And that was a long time ago. And it's something that I consider part of being a professional, is being engaged constantly, continuous self-driven learning. But how do we measure it? And how do we measure it in one modality compared with another? I'm very hesitant to buy the finding wholly that students were overall less engaged because of learning primarily from online tools.
Chance, what would you add?
Yeah, I think certainly. So yeah, totally agree. And I think there's some findings in this data set that we can put this up against and kind of make a more thoughtful interpretation of that, because we also saw 45% of students learning online strongly agree that their professors use teaching methods that engage them, compared to 49% in person. And going back to that critical measure, that performance, academic actual performance didn't really change for those students. You see this throughout learning research, kind of a inverse relationship between what learners tend to report helps them learn and what actually improves their performance. It's just it's a human condition thing. It's not a law student thing. It's not a student thing. It's just we humans aren't great at knowing what is helping us learn. And often that is counterintuitive. Often things that are high difficulty don't feel very good. And we tend to take that to mean we're having more trouble. Whereas things that are passive and kind of easy, and I can just kind of sit there and let it wash over me, feel good. I feel like I'm recognizing things. I feel like I'm developing fluency, but we don't see impacts from those in actual academic performance. So maybe that's part of what we're seeing here. Maybe part of what we're seeing here is I feel like I wasn't engaged because the whole ethos of the whole thing, the whole experience, these semesters were so difficult, and I had so many other things on my mind. Fair enough. But if we don't see that borne out in the performance, then that might very well just be this classic sort of learner's perspective situation. And hopefully that proves to be what this was.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. We're always very, oh, go ahead, Sarah.
I just want to compliment something that Chance just said in terms of rigor and comparing the online environment. And I think Chance mentioned earlier that in the in-person teaching, we may have had a midterm, we may have had a formative assessment, we had a summative assessment, but many students report that in intentional online learning, and having studied the curriculum of a number of the full-time variance schools, they have rigorous work each and every day of the semester. It's not, I have nothing until the midterm. It's everyday work, and many report that those who were taking online and in-person classes, that their online classes were more difficult. And I understand the science that Chance just referred us to about human learning and difficulty, where we may report that as something other than learning, where in fact that may be something that really is engaging us in a way. We just don't credit it for that because it was hard.
That's a good point. I will say, I love something you mentioned, Sarah, earlier about this utopia, right? We all are nostalgic about what was. It's just kind of human nature. Anything we've experienced before, we kind of hold on to it and feel like it was so perfect. But there were some probably areas that you've all experienced directly in the field of which legal education is imperfect. And maybe it could use, to your point earlier, Chance, a little bit of disruption. I'm curious, from your perspective, what's even kept law schools from experimenting with online education up until this point? Because I think you both have extensive experience teaching online within the legal education, but there are very few schools that were doing this prior to the pandemic. And I'm curious, from your point of view, what's been holding those law schools back?
Yeah, I think that's, again, I keep coming back to norms and expectations, but that's kind of the lens that I've been seeing this through. So, Sarah can speak to this better than me, but clearly there's a long history of distance learning and a really, long improvement curve over time in distance learning, right? Early on, distance education, outside the legal education context, kind of earned a reputation for itself as being, less than or inferior. Just like think degree mills and, like send away degrees, things like that, mail order degrees or whatever the history that kind of comes to mind when we think about distance learning. And over time, the empirical proof that's come out over time. 10 years ago, the Department of Education did a meta-analysis of online learning studies and found no difference in some improvements between online learners and in person. So we've had empirical proof for a long time that human learning can happen in this modality, just like it can happen in other modalities. But putting that up against the norm and expectation, the views of online education, has been I think, a real struggle at a lot of schools. And I think there's just a resistance to that. Also, of course, just nobody likes getting thrown into new learning spaces. That's uncomfortable, especially when you're used to being a content expert, and you're used to being like very, very comfortable at the center of the participation in your community of practice. And now all of a sudden you're way on the outside trying to work your way into a community of practice, a community of online education rather than the law's community of practices. That's uncomfortable. And resistance falls out of that, I think, as well. So, there've been a lot of views working against moving into online. I worry that many of those will kind of be supported by this experience because a lot of people had a very bad experience in global crisis online teaching, of course. And to the extent that we can, separate that from our views on the potential of intentional online education, I think would be very wise, because then we can tap into some of these efficiencies and some of these benefits that we weren't aware of and we didn't have the capacity to pursue before.
Great point. Sarah, what would you add?
Well, just that makes me think, and I think we were talking earlier about the idea that wouldn't it be nice if you could run the same study over the next couple of years and see if people don't look back nostalgically on this time, students, that is, and maybe they'll, have being immersed back in the classroom may look fondly back at some of the bright lights of the online piece. Chance is, of course, right. We started the first online law school in, just right around 1999, 2000. A lot has changed. It was roundly panned by the academy and derided and ridiculed for a long time. And as we started turning out attorneys who began passing the California bar exam, then one of the hardest bars in the country, some of the recognition started looking up as we realized that the rest of the world was embracing online learning outside of legal education. That began converting some folks. Another thing that I think Chance did not mention yet is that we had a lot of regulation that prohibited the free range of embracing online learning through our ABA accreditation standards, which have loosened up dramatically just in the last 5 years. Just in the last 2.5 years, shortly before the pandemic, there was a widening of the potential for schools to embrace online learning without having to go through the variance process, which is rigorous, time-consuming, and costly. So I think that we had the normative objections, the cultural objections, the comfort of, I know law school as I walk into the classroom and it looks like, you know, The Paper Chase or Legally Blonde or whatever the movie of the day is. And that's the way law school is. And to think of it done in another way is just something we haven't, you know, the law is very good at tradition. And we move at a glacial pace generally. And then when there are systemic barriers to the disruption, you know, that's why this experiment, forced experiment, is so exciting, and why it is, I think, so energizing to talk about what we can keep going forward and how we can move forward, as Jan said, intentionally.
Yeah. We are already starting to get some great questions and actually comments to your guys' great comments into our chat function. So I want to turn to some of the audience's questions. We got a great one that asked about the variety of the types of ways in which we're reaching and teaching students. And the person asked, you know, do we overcompensate by assigning students too many exercises or group projects? And how best can a professor reach a pedagogically sound, student-centered, balanced approach?
Such a smart question. It's such a good concern.
Start with that one, yeah.
It's one I share a lot, and I think that the difficulty about it is that it's an organizational level concern. So, you know, like, what workload are we creating for a student is a question that only all professors in that section can answer together. You know, it's really hard to assess just inside the boundary of one course. So, you know, to the extent that coordination is something that your faculty does well, great, amazing. That's, you know, those conversations are critical. If that's, if that kind of thing is a challenge and you end up just kind of inside of your own course trying to strike this balance, I think this is like a constant improvement process kind of question. I've tried it I hate experimenting on students, but if we're not being experimental in our approach to teaching, then we're just, you know, doing status quo, and that's no good for anyone. So we have to try things, and the students let you know, right? And you see it in the results. So my best answer to that is being evidence-driven, being data-driven, and, you know, not shying away from data, not relying on intuitions, but seeing if I add this many assessments into my course, do student outcomes improve? Does performance improve or not? And I'm quite certain there's a sweet spot, although there should be some comfort in knowing that high difficulty exercises, even beyond the capability of your student, are just very, very good in improving academic performance. So if you set the bar too high to where no one can reach it, as long as you're grading on a curve, you should be raising that whole, you know, the performance of the class overall. And I think that's the side to err on, rather than shying away from overwhelming students. Of course, there's a right way to do it attitudinally and one-on-one conversations with students. Support is critical. You know, encouragement is critical. But in terms of difficulty level and workload, if you're doing it right, you can make that really high. You can set that really high, and it's going to help more than it hurts.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned, you know, students will let you know what they like or don't like, and that's obviously so important to this conversation. But I'm curious, you know, from your point of view, both of you have taught online in an online setting at multiple institutions. What do you feel like a student who's going to be learning online, whether it's during this current moment in crises, or if they're just joining a more permanent online setting within the legal field, if they're considering a fully online program, for example, what should they know going into that learning experience that would be important for them to be successful?
Well, certainly, Sarah, you want to go ahead, Sarah?
No, I was just gonna, if we could just put a pin in that for 1 second, because that's a big one. But I have one thing I want to just highlight, something that Chance said that I think is so important. And in the previous question that may relate to this is that he mentioned looking at the data to see if performance. Students may not be happy about the workload, and they may not be thrilled and always saying.
We might be getting just a little bit of a delay from Sarah.
That's something that's important.
Sarah, we just saw a bit of a delay from you. Can you hear us? We may have just lost her. Chance, anything you would add to what Sarah had started sharing?
Sure. So, yeah. So, okay. So, sorry, Sarah had circled back to just difficulty level. I took the point, but remind me where we had moved on to. We had moved on to another question.
We had started talking about just what you would want students to know. So, a student who's enrolling in an online experience, maybe for the first time, maybe they've never learned in an online setting before. What would you want them to know in order to be highly successful in that program?
Yeah, I think there's kind of a patience needed around getting acclimated to it. So at first, and I know everyone has felt this, there's this extraneous load, extraneous processing that goes on when you're learning in these environments where, in addition to following, the discourse in the class, in addition to learning and taking notes, you're also navigating this human technology system and muting and unmuting and, understanding screen share and moving windows around and adding screens. And there's an extraneous, that costs you something in terms of following the class for a while. It does for a long time. And eventually it becomes second nature, just like, shuffling through papers and talking to someone and raising your hand in person are things that you don't have to really consciously think about in order to do. And so as that extraneous processing goes down, it becomes more and it feels more and more like the usual learning. I've seen that happen with my student cohort at Vanderbilt. I've seen that happen with law students and undergrads in the paralegal program I taught in, and master's students. It's just, it's something that happens over time. So just accepting that, being okay with that, it's fine to fumble around with the technology. That's part of it. It's fine to be a little extra exhausted at the end of the classes at first, and just trust that will start to go away, and it does. And, as we look forward, what we can take away with what you all have found here, it's, I think one thing is teasing that out. How much of this was just that acclimation period, that discomfort, that additional challenge on top of the already super challenging teaching and learning law, and as that tapers off, how would responses like this change? So I'm really fascinated to see, just going forward, like more longitudinally, how these same inquiries change over time.
Absolutely. And Sarah, we lost you, but it looks like you're back. So I'd love for you to pick up the point that you were sharing right before we lost connection.
Yeah, so I was just making the point about how important the skill of calendaring is, both for effectiveness in the self-driven environment and in the profession. So I think it's really, really important for people to learn how to juggle and how to manage multiple demands. And that's one of the great achievements, I think, of the academic support community in helping teach people what sometimes are called soft skills, but in fact are really life skills that make for successful learning and successful lawyering.
Yeah, I would say I think they're the hardest skills we have, right? I don't know why people call them soft skills. We need to rebrand that. I heard somebody recently say they're not soft skills, they're the most enduring skills you'll bring throughout your career to every job that you ever have. So I think that's such a good point. Well, I think we're going to leave it there. That's a great place to land. Thank you both so much, both for your expertise and just in sharing your responses to some of the good questions that came in through the audience that I shared with you. And thank you to the AccessLex team, both for conducting this research, but also allowing us this platform to share the research publicly. As I mentioned earlier, all the findings we discussed today are shared in that more detailed report and includes so much more detail than we could cover today. So please do read it, because I think you'll find it incredibly interesting. with that, I'll turn it back over to the AccessLex team.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Stephanie, and the panel. I mean, what thought-provoking discussion we just had. A lot of us actually will continue to think about what you guys were discussing, and everything is brand new, right? And what we have gone through this year. So I commend everybody that's here for everything you've done to get through it. And I could definitely identify with it, having experienced it this whole time. So I'm sure a lot of you can relate to this as well. It's a good time to go to break number 1 as we get ready to give away our first prize. So with that, one of our most loved resources is analytics. If you're not familiar with analytics, it's a free tool that has incorporated all of the 509 data and provides you with a variety of reporting functions, even creating charts, reports, and data sets for you at just a couple clicks of a button. We understand that data is extremely important, just like we just saw right now in the world of academic and bar success, and this tool can help you navigate the process. We want you to jump into analytics to find the answer for today's question to potentially be the winner of our first prize, which Kamisha mentioned earlier on, the Hydro Flask bottle. Please don't take Kamisha's color. She already said which one. I think it was purple, right, Kamisha?
That's right, Fidel.
Awesome. So please don't take her. Mine is yellow. The question for today is, what is your school's average ultimate bar passage rate as compared to all other law schools? Please submit your response in the Ask a Question panel. Provide 3 items. First, the school's name. Second, the school's ultimate bar passage rate. And last, number 3, the comparison group's average ultimate bar passage rate. As you get started with the activity, here's some helpful tips I want to provide. Once you access the link to analytics, which has been already put in the chat panel, so you know, select the trend report to get started. Feel free to enter your school or any law school you want compared to all other law schools using available figures. Find and select the ultimate bar passage. Remember, we're looking for the average, not the median. Once you find the answer to the question, provide it in the Ask a Question panel. The lucky winner will be the first person who enters the correct answer. Happy exploring, and we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Thank you, everybody, and happy hunting.
Hello.
All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. Hopefully, you had a refreshing break and a little fun exploring analytics. Again, I want to point us back to our activity question for this first break. And that question was, what is your school's average ultimate bar passage rate as compared to all other law schools? And so I just want you to know, I know many of you are in there exploring and many found the correct response for your institution. However, there was only that one person that provided our content with speed. So I want to say a big congratulations to Aaron Gist for winning the Hydro Flask. We'll reach out to you for your color choice and how to ship you the content. Again, everyone, thank you for exploring, and I hope you had a little bit of fun navigating through analytics. All right, I want to get us started for our next presentation, and I've had the lovely opportunity to work with our next moderator, and that's Kayla Canary, one of our colleagues here. So Kayla, if you're on the line, I'll pass it to you to moderate our next session.
Hi, Kamisha. Thank you so much. I am so excited to introduce our next session's presenters. We have Jason Scott, our Senior Research Methodologist here at AccessLex, and Josh Jackson, our Senior Research Analyst. And they will be talking with us about the research that they have been doing relating to student performance in school and how that correlates with success on the bar exam. So without further ado, Josh and Jason, take it away.
Thank you, Kayla. On behalf of myself and my colleague and co-presenter, Josh, it's a pleasure to be with you all this afternoon. And we're excited to talk to you about our project, the AccessLex Lexi Bar Exam Success Initiative, and our final paper that's titled, "It's Not Where You Start, It's How You Finish, Predicting Law School and Bar Success." Before I dive too much into the plan for today, I do want to just note that we want to avoid as much as possible anyone here falling into the post-lunch, late afternoon lull or coma. And so we've included a number of opportunities for participation through some polls and through some reflection and response later on. But we've also done our best to make this as high level a discussion as possible, to avoid the weeds and the technical discussion that might just put some of you over the edge into nap time, at least for us here on the East Coast. So for the next hour, our plan really is to talk to you about the impetus for the project, briefly about what we did, some of our high-level findings, and then what they mean for law schools. And we'll kind of wrap it up with the future of the project, and then some time for Q&A at the end. So the big thing spurring movement on this project was the greater import placed on bar passage, particularly as a result of the revisions to ABA Standard 316, with which I'm sure most, if not all of you, are familiar at this point. But it asks or requires that schools have at least 75% of their graduates who sit for a bar examination pass a bar examination within 2 years of graduation. And in the first year, 10 schools were flagged as out of compliance with that standard. Making it more difficult is that bar passage rates have really been on the decline for more than 10 plus years. They reached their lowest point in 2018, but in 2019, first-time pass rates were 73%, and overall pass rates were 58%. So there's room for improvement there, and it just goes to speak to the difficulties that are placed on schools to meet the standard 316 requirements. And I'll note, too, that we deliberately do not include 2020 data here, and that's for two reasons. They all circle back to this main reason, which is that 2020 was an anomaly. Is an anomaly for basically two reasons. One, the myriad responses to the COVID-19 pandemic, where we had jurisdictions cancel bar exam administrations. We had postponements, multiple postponements. We had some administered online. We had some administered remotely. We had some administered in person. And all of this just means that the experience of taking the bar exam was different than it's been in any year previously. And it's likely to be different than what it will be going forward as well. It does not reflect, I think, as much what we saw in February 2021. But second, there was actually, as far as we can tell, a 20% decrease in the number of bar applicants taking the bar exam in July 2020. And that leads us to believe that there's some difference between who took the bar exam in 2020 versus previous years. And all of that means 2020 may tell an interesting story, but it's hard to put it into context and trend with previous years or even future years. And so we do not include it here. So basically, this all means that we decided to set out on a journey, basically, to identify what factors predict law school success, with a big focus on what student engagement factors are involved. Now, we treat student engagement as a holistic concept that includes more than just, what the student does when they're at their seat in the classroom. And I think this is even more important in this environment where so many students were actually not in their seat in the classroom. They were at home without the instructor right in front of them. And we treat it as this holistic, concept, and basically wrapped up succinctly, and I can't do it any better, the choices and commitments of students, of individual faculty members, and of entire institutions. So it's this great big picture of what it takes to be engaged as a student. So we partnered with LESI, the Law School Survey of Student Engagement, with which I'm sure many of you are familiar. But for those that aren't, LESI is a survey that's administered annually to participating law schools and asks a host of questions, I think upwards of 100, about students' general experiences at their law school. And with that, we have a measure, basically, of student engagement at their institution. So we were able to kind of merge the data we got from LESI with data from more than 4,700 graduates from 20 law schools, and therefore go toward examining those factors that predict law school outcomes. And in particular, we focused on bar passage, whether that being pass or fail. And when we looked at bar passage, we examined factors to see how they might relate. So we looked at LSAT scores and UGPA, the traditional admissions factors that I think all of you are too familiar. We have law school GPA, and then we looked at student engagement. And I'll touch a little more on student engagement in a moment. And then we also looked at law school GPA, and we looked at how LSAT scores and UGPA are associated with law school GPA throughout a student's tenure. And then lastly, we looked at how student engagement related to a student's 3L academic performance. So student engagement is a broad term, as we mentioned before. And in total, we looked at 19 student engagement factors. 4 of these are LESI engagement indicators. Now, these are composite variables. Composite variables mean they are a variable that comprises more than one item or question on the LESI survey. These are learning to think like a lawyer. So these look at the skills and traits that unless identified as being necessary for practice as a lawyer. And also things like student-faculty interaction, student advising in the law school environment. Now, we took that a step further, and we identified 15 other items that we thought were important to a student's success, and that would have some type of actionable meaning for law schools themselves. Some of these items are single questions that are asked on the Lessee survey. So things like broad legal education is just one item on the Lessee survey, and it asks students to rate basically the extent to which their law school contributed to the development of a broad legal education. We also looked at things like school satisfaction and amount of law school debt. But we also created some composite variables ourselves, where we looked at and identified themes among the questions to see what we could get at that might be actionable for schools. So one of those things was other non-legal responsibilities, looking at what students have to do or are committed to doing outside of law school. And that includes things like commute time, caring for dependents, or in some cases having to work in order to pay their way through law school. We also looked at extracurricular legal experience. And this was, and we'll see how much this comes back into play later on when we talk about the NCBE's testing task force recommendations. But extracurricular legal experience is basically the number of hours students spent either doing pro bono legal work or working in a legal profession. And another important factor we looked at were practical skills. So the extent to which students reported that their law school contributed to the acquisition of their writing and communication skills, their research skills, etc. So in a nutshell, those are the variables we looked at. There's much more detail about these on our webpage, where our full final report is listed, as are its accompanying appendixes. And I will also just plug on our webpage that we have an iPoster available there as well that shows what we presented at the most recent AERA annual conference just a couple months ago. But in a nutshell, what we set out to do here was not only to rigorously examine what factors might be associated with our two outcomes of interest, bar passage and law school GPA, but to also think about what could be actionable and useful for law schools themselves. And that's the lens that we that we used every time we made some decisions about what variables to include or how to include them and such. And so with that, I will turn it over to Josh, who will present to you the findings from our research.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. As I begin with you all here, I'll tip you off that in the next slide, we have the first of several of our interactive activities for you all to take part in. That's going to be, it'll be a survey via a QR code. So have your cell phone in reach, if you will. Most of you will be able to just open your camera app and point it at the code, and you'll see a link pop up. Some of you may need the QR scanner app. And we should have a URL for those who don't want to use their phone at all. For the time being, I'd like to talk to you about the 6 academic success factors you see on your screen here and their relationship with first-time success on the bar exam. So law schools obviously want information that will allow them to predict who among the applicants to their school is going to do well on the bar exam and is ultimately going to pass the bar exam on their first attempt. And admission committees rely heavily on LSAT and UGPA in that decision. Right? There's a lot of scholarship that shows that these things relate to bar passage. The thing is, we as legal education scholars have not done enough work in unpacking precisely what the relationship is between LSAT, UGPA, and success on the bar exam. So if you look through the quantitative literature, you'll see a lot of scholars point to Pearson's correlation coefficient between these items and say, they're correlated, they're related. Or you'll see scholars, include LSAT and UGPA in their regressions. when they make models predicting who passes the bar exam. And they'll say that these are statistically significant factors, but none of that speaks directly to the size of the effect, like the magnitude of the substantive effect that LSAT and UGPA have on bar exam, right? We just know that there's some relationship there. We don't know like how big, how impactful that relationship is. And so part of what we do in this study is to examine not just whether or not LSAT and UGPA are correlated with bar exam success, but to what extent they are and how good of predictors they are. And not only would we like to know that in our own right, but we'd also like to compare how predictive they are relative to the other factors you see on your screen. So first semester, first year GPA, on down to LGPA growth. So before we get into our results on all this, I'd like to ask you all to take a moment and think about which of these 6 factors is the most impactful. And actually what I'm going to ask you to do is rank these in order 1 to 6, where 1 is the most impactful and 6 is the least impactful. So again, get your cameras up, scan that. It should take you to a poll. I will give you all a moment to think about it and to start ranking. So if you're taking this poll on your phone, it'll give you all 6 options stacked as they are. And I believe all you need to do is point and drag up or down. If you're on a desktop, I believe it has arrows for you to click. I'm seeing responses rolling in. And I'll give you all a moment to complete your votes here. It feels out of place to me. In a past life, I was an instructor, and I would have never, ever asked people to have their phones in reach and to start using them during a presentation or lecture, but this is going well. Okay. Response is still coming in. We'll give another 15 seconds or so. Okay, so looks like our results are just about in. A lot of responses still rolling in, but looks like we have a tie for first. So GPA growth and first year GPA are the choices people most suspect are going to be the most influential. And GPA growth has just taken the lead. Boom, we'll end the drama right there. So obviously we're going to show you the results we found, and more people are being convinced by GPA growth. So before we go into the results we found as far as which is the most impactful, I'm going to take 2 or 3 minutes to talk to you and about the relationship between LSAT UGPA and first semester GPA. We're going to zoom in on that because given the weight that LSAT score and UGPA are given in admissions decisions, with the ultimate belief that they speak best to whether or not students will pass the bar exam, we would like to know, we would like to use this first semester GPA as a benchmark and ask ourselves, like, how well are LSAT and UGPA just predicting who does well, at least in their first semester of law school. First semester GPA is, of course, the first benchmark we have when students matriculate to law school and make that transition from undergraduate to law school education. Right? So you might suspect, given their use in admissions decisions, that they explain a lot of variation in first semester law school GPA, but you might be mistaken. Right? It turns out that there's not a lot of difference in first semester law school GPA scores that's explained by UGPA and LSAT. Right? So on the y-axis here of this plot in front of you, you'll see this is just the first semester law school GPA. On the x-axis in the center, you'll see mean UGPA and LSAT. So in our sample, the mean UGPA is 3.46, and the mean or median LSAT is a score of 158. Now, UGPA, LSAT, and every other predictor and our every other variable we use are standardized. So first semester, first year, final GPA, these are all standardized variables. The reason we do that is because schools have different grading policies and grading scales that make them, if you don't standardize them, it makes them difficult to compare across schools. So for example, a lot of schools have a maximum undergraduate GPA of 4.0. Some schools have a maximum GPA of something like 4.33. So if you want to compare individuals on those different grading scales, you have to standardize those scales, which is what we do. And that's why we describe changes in UGPA and LSAT on this x-axis in terms of standard deviation changes, because these are standardized variables. So you can see that an individual coming in with mean LSAT, mean UGPA is predicted to have about a 3.21 first semester LGPA. But if you move all the way to the right on the x-axis, just 2 standard deviations above the mean, and this is equivalent to going from the 50th percentile at the mean to the 97.5th percentile in terms of UGPA and LSAT incoming scores, moving from the 50th to the 97.5th percentile only yields an increase in first semester GPA of less than 0.4 of a point. You have to make an extraordinary leap to see not that much of a gain in your first semester UGPA. In your first semester LGPA. And the other side of that coin is that if you have one of the weakest incoming UGPA and LSAT scores, your first semester law school GPA is not predicted to be all that much lower than somebody in the middle of the pack, right? So there's not a lot being explained here. Certainly less than your intuition might suggest in terms of these entering admission factors and describing how well people are doing as they enter law school. And so one of the results that I asked you to think about in your survey and the results we find here in our study, if I've done my setting up work well, you won't be surprised to see that LSAT and UGPA are not very predictive. All right? So what you're looking at here is a coefficient plot or a dot and whisker plot, if you're not familiar. So on the y-axis here are each of the 6 variables I asked you to rank. On the x-axis here are odds ratios. So the higher the odds ratio, the more likely you are to pass the bar exam, or the more impact that variable has on bar passage. And so these are all statistically significant. We won't talk about that. So we're only focusing on the substantive significance here. But LSAT and UGPA, as you can see, have the lowest impact. Right? They're far lower even than first semester GPA. You might notice here is that the more recent the measure of GPA, the more predictive of bar success it is. So final GPA is our strongest predictor here. That's more predictive than the first year GPA, which is yet more predictive than the first semester GPA. Makes intuitive sense. I mean, a final GPA is basically after graduation, right before they take the bar exam. It makes sense that would correlate heavily with success on the bar exam, but that's not too actionable in terms of what a law school can do once they have this information. If you're a law school and I suppose right before your recent graduates take the bar exam, you can call up your high performers and say, great news, you're probably going to pass this, but I would recommend against that strategy. So a more actionable item might be to use first semester GPA, because you'll notice it is fairly similar in its power to predict as first year GPA is, and it's far more predictive than LSAT and UGPA. And first semester, we put it to you, GPA, can be used to identify students who are in need of an intervention, students who didn't perform that well and who need some type of intervention to try to increase their grades. A lot of schools do this with 1L GPA. After the first year, they'll identify lower performance students and enter them into an intervention program. But we think you don't need to wait until after the first year. You can do it after the first semester. Right. Another thing you might notice is the predictive power of GPA growth, and a lot of you suspected this would be the most powerful one. It is almost that. Now, GPA growth, a quick note on how we measure that. Growth is simply the final GPA minus the first semester GPA. And again, these are all standardized, so that'd be the standardized final GPA minus the standardized first semester GPA. Growth, therefore, does not imply positive growth. Growth can be negative, as you can see here. So we are examining here in this figure the impact that growth has on bar passage. Right? but growth has a different impact according to different types of students. So we've separated students in this plot into 3 different categories. Below average, as you can see on the black trend line, average in the green, and above average in the blue. Right? And by below, above, and average, we mean where they rank according to their first semester GPA. Right? So students in the below average group had a first semester GPA that was more than 1 standard deviation below the mean. Right? Students in the above average had more than 1 standard deviation above the mean of first semester growth, and students within 1 standard deviation of the mean of first semester in the average category here. The x-axis, again, is this is a change in law school GPA by standard deviation. So plus 0.28 to the right of 0 is 1 standard deviation of growth. And you can see that the effect that growth has on bar passage is most impactful on students who had a rough first semester, the so-called below average first semester performers. But this is encouraging news. So what this is telling us is, if after the first semester, Fred's first semester GPA predicts that he will have about a coin toss, a 50% chance of passing the bar on his first attempt. What this means is if Fred can manage to increase his GPA by 0.28 points throughout the rest of his law school career, then his odds of passing the bar increase by 21 percentage points. Or in other words, he moves from a coin flip to being 71% likely to pass the bar. And if that same student can experience high growth, 2 standard deviations above the mean, or 0.56 grade points, then the odds would go all the way up to 87 percentage points. So these are like very substantial increases in the odds of bar passage that happen as students are able to increase their GPA. In the average group, you can see a similar trend, but to a lesser extent in terms of magnitude. Right? So students with average first semester GPAs, if they experience average growth, they can improve their bar passage chances by 10 percentage points or 15 with extraordinarily high growth. So this might mean a student who's predicted to have something like a 65% chance move to have something like a 75% chance of bar passage if they can experience above average growth. Up until this point, I've spoken about growth in a very specific sense, which is in a tangible, measured sense. Their change in their GPA, right? We can measure that directly, right? But there are other types of growth that matter as well. Right? This is, you might think of the growth in LGPA as above the surface growth and or more tangible growth, and the types of growth here in terms of what I'm about to talk to you in as like less tangible or below the surface growth. That's not to suggest less importance, as I'm about to make clear. So these 2 plots are the results of 2 of the variables that Jason described earlier. So he showed you a list of 19 engagement factors, 4 of them from LESI, 15 of them are composite variables that we created ourselves, and these are 2 of those composite variables. The one on the left is real-world experience. So again, we have groups of students separated by, in this case, LSAT. Right? So the below average students are, again, those who had an incoming LSAT score of more than 1 standard deviation below the mean. Right? So as you can see that by real world experience, we mean, by the way, we mean work in a legal clinic. So this is pro bono work or paid work in some type of capacity that's relevant to the legal field. So this isn't, working at Walmart. This is legal work. And just accumulating a few hours a week experience of that increases everybody's odds of bar passage, particularly the below average LSAT students. Just putting in a few hours a week and gathering real world experience increases their odds of bar passage by over 5 percentage points. And you can also see that, as you increase the number of hours they work, there's a serious and immediate leveling off effect. So what this is mostly telling us is that some experience is necessary, but in terms of increasing your odds of bar passage, you don't need to kill yourself working in those places in terms of the hours you put in. Now, the plot on the right Similar grouping of students, identical grouping of students. So these are students grouped according to their LSAT again. And on the x-axis is the degree to which they responded via the Let's See survey and how much their school emphasizes practical skills development. So practical skills being communication skills, research skills, analytical skills, skills that directly speak to success as a lawyer and on the bar exam. And students that reported that their schools focused on it quite a bit or very much saw, again, a noticeable and similar increase in bar passage percentage. Right? So there's two examples of growth in a different sense, but this is growth in a very real sense. You know, in one sense, growth in their practical and their real world experience, and another is growth in their skills to go on to become lawyers. So I'll say all that to point out how these things are connected, right? And to draw the analogy pictured here, we've all walked down the street or gone on a hike, looked in our backyards and seen trees, and you might see a big tree and you just kind of marvel at how tall and solid it is and how big and established it is or how impressive it is. But we are less likely to think about the fact that that growth happened because a lot of growth happened under the surface. Right? That's a big, strong, sturdy tree. It's because it's got a very expansive root system holding it up. Or if it doesn't, it's going to collapse soon, right? But growth below the surface matters too. And that growth below the surface, so I just spoke to growing in terms of the real world legal experience you gather or growing in terms of the skills you're developing while in law school, right? This growth fuels the type of growth, we would put it to you, in terms of academic success growth. Right? And it is therefore important to focus on, and that's a big part of what we're trying to do with these Let's See survey questions. So let's take another moment. With that in mind, if you point your cameras at the screen again, right? This is another QR code poll, but this is a free response, so this isn't ranking. This is kind of a free response. So I'll give you a couple of extra minutes to respond to this, right? But aside from LGPA, right, aside from that measure of what I call above the surface growth, what other types of above the surface measurable types of growth can you all think of that would be interesting to capture? So remember, this is distinguished from below the surface growth, something like practical skills development or real world experience. Again, you're free to answer this on your phone or on your laptop. They're trickling in so far, so I'll say maybe another 60 seconds. Hopefully that gives us enough time to get a nice sample in here. So I've got things like experiential learning. Somebody suggests work in a law review or work in a moot court. Professionalism. The frequency of engagement with faculty and staff is another example. Bar prep course performance, interesting. That's a good one, bar prep course performance. That is a similar example I had is a series of bar practice tests. Just observing people's improvement, hopefully improvement, over a series of practice tests, or as this person suggests, monitoring their grades over the course of a bar prep course as that's a tangible thing we can measure, and that's a type of above the surface growth, I'd say. Okay, we will call it there. Thank you all. So the rest, and keep those phones handy, most of the rest of the responses I would actually classify as below the surface growth. The point is, number one, I was genuinely curious to see if we could think of other tangible ways to measure growth, but also to kind of point out that, you know, we are fairly limited in terms of the ways we can measure like this above the surface growth. Right? But take one more poll for me. And now give me some examples of growth below the surface. So I gave you examples of real-world work experience and practical skills development. There were other examples we listed earlier when we showed you all the variables, but there are tons and tons of potential examples out there. And once again, I'll give you a few minutes to respond to this. I will, in the meantime, take a moment to just thank you all sincerely for taking these polls. And Jason and I hope that it does help to break up this post-lunch malaise that we all fall into. Well, most of us. Okay. Somebody wrote internships, externships. Class participation, it's a good one. Building a community, nice. Mentoring hours, yeah. Leadership positions held. Mm-hmm. Dependent care. Okay, we've got a decent sample by now. So a lot of the examples from last time, and a lot of these examples are good examples of below the surface growth. Right? So a lot of these actually are mentioned on the LESI survey. Right? So somebody mentioned like your community building. The LESI survey actually asked a number of questions that speak to what you might call community building in various aspects. So there's over 100 survey questions on this survey. Some of them ask about, you know, tell me the extent to which your school encouraged you to meet up with people of similar backgrounds, you know, in like maybe a religious or a cultural group or a social group, right? And they'll also ask, you know, to what extent did your school foster relationships from people of different backgrounds than you? You know, there's all kinds of community building questions in there. Right? Dependent care, work, and all that, that's definitely a part of the LESI survey. Right? Yeah. So a lot of these other skills listed are, I agree with you all, important aspects of growth below the surface. And the point here is that these types of things aren't specifically thought about and when it's time to do like law school admissions for obvious reasons. But you know, these are types of growth that matter, and they're types of growth that we argue are important to capture because they explain the type of growth that we ultimately want to see in terms of academic success, especially given its relationship to bar exam performance. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Jason. And I thank you all again for taking these polls. All right,
Thanks,
it away,
Josh.
Jason.
And I appreciate a lot of the Q&A that's going on in the Q&A section. There have been a lot of really good questions, a lot of critical thought, and I love the pushback, and it gives us an opportunity to kind of explain. I think a lot of our explanations would be more satisfying if we were going more into the weeds about what we did and how we did it. But I'd like to kind of reserve that for separate conversations. So conversations like that, I'd be more than happy to have. Any of us would be more than happy to have if you want to email us at research@accesslex.org or review and look at our paper online. And I'll double back. There are a couple that I think are good questions that I want to bring to the general order during Q&A. But I have responded to several already. But to pick up where Josh left off, given the recommendations of the NCB testing task force and what appears to be the likely move to making the bar exam focus more on real-world practice and the activities that new lawyers do, makes me think that these findings will transcend this version of the bar exam. So despite this image here that I pulled from, I don't remember where, you don't have to take what you know about the bar and throw it away in 4 to 5 years. There's a lot of good information that we have, this stuff included, that's going to apply to a bar exam, even if it does change, even to the extent that it looks like UBE 2.0 is going to change. So I really encourage everyone not to think, well, what we learned today isn't going to apply in another couple of years, so what's really the point? I think what we learn here is going to transcend any change that happens, whether that be UBE 2.0 or UBE 3.0 or whatever is next to come. And the key finding here, and this isn't going to change no matter what happens to the bar exam, is that what happens in law school matters. What you do, what each of you do in touching the lives of your students, and many of you, your graduates, who I know many of you stay in touch with, really makes a difference in their lives. And so you touch them, whether they're as students, as graduates, as they're waiting to take the bar exam, and as they've gone into their legal careers. And just like everybody pictured here, they came from humble beginnings, but they've risen to achieve some great feats. So it really just ties everything back to the title of this presentation, that it's not where you start, it's how you finish. And so things like exploring the relevance of varied admissions factors, not going to change on how the UBE changes. It's important, I think, to look at alternatives or supplements to current criteria that are being used, looking beyond traditional UGPA and LSAT scores. And that's one of the things that we'll talk about in a minute in terms of next steps of where this project goes. But it's also important to encourage growth mindset thinking as opposed to fixed mindset thinking, which is prevalent among law students. So we need to encourage students that past success or failure is not predeterminative of their future. If you struggled in the first semester, which is what we see in our growth models, that you have the opportunity to turn it around. Is it easy? No, no one makes this claim that it's easy, but it's possible. It's going to require, though, that you acknowledge that things aren't fixed and that growth requires kind of a shift in mindset thinking. But it's not enough to just encourage people. Like, oh, you can do better, you can get there, you can get there. You have to provide a means or an avenue for students to improve. So that's where intervening early is going to come into play. And that's where I think first semester GPA provides an opportunity to step in. It gives you an earlier window to help students. It allows you to use the winter break for most schools, the winter break, as well as the spring semester. And it doesn't really harm a student if they struggled in the first semester to receive additional help. In fact, it probably helps them, even if they were just going to improve on their own. And with that then is the mantra of just maximizing opportunities. You can maximize opportunities by identifying earlier. I'm not saying abandon, and no one here is saying abandon monitoring students after the first year or the second year or, final, it's too late. I mean, there are plenty of interventions that are targeting students after they've completed their coursework with varied success. But if you can identify those students earlier, you get more time to work with them, to kind of identify where their greatest weak points are and work to shore them up, and then improve their odds and likelihood of succeeding, both later on in law school, but in passing the bar exam. And then the last piece is just based on the student engagement literature. Student engagement is kind of this thing that is not really just individual items. It's this holistic concept. So it's possible that although some results that we didn't really dive into here, because we would need a couple more hours, I think, to talk to you all, that although small, have the potential that if they build on each other, to be larger than the sum of their wholes. So one of the things to consider is just that there's the potential for some cumulative effects. I can't speak to whether there are cumulative effects, but there's the potential. And I think future research has an opportunity here to really investigate what that might be. So with that, we've done a lot of talking. And here, what we'd like to do is just take a break and give everyone here a moment to pause, reflect. And we have 2 questions here, and we'd like you to just take a moment to think and reflect on them before responding in the Q&A box. So the first question is, what about law students makes them more or less likely to succeed? And succeed meaning in law school, on the bar exam, and it could even be as lawyers themselves. And it's interesting or important to know what each and all of you think of that, because I think that it's important that we all walk away learning from each other. And I look forward to seeing what some of those responses are. And likewise, what about your law school makes students more or less likely to succeed? So again, I'll give you 1 or 2 minutes to reflect and respond. Put your responses in the Q&A box. We'll discuss some of the responses in a couple minutes, and then we'll move on. So we're seeing some come in. For students, I like this, confidence and belief in ability, and that goes entirely into the literature and theory behind growth mindset thinking. Support and encouragement, that's a good one. Ooh, another person touches on the growth mentality, and that's that the ability to learn from critical feedback and setbacks, rather than take feedback as personal and a slight and not then grow from that. In my last job, I had a steep learning curve, and I could have, decided to take it personally and not learned, but I instead worked very hard to just grow from them. And I think that speaks volumes about moving ahead and finding improvement. Ooh, there's a good one here. Nervousness about making a mistake can inhibit participation in learning. That's a very good one. We have commitment. I like this one. Commitment is an answer to both questions. So commitment of students to themselves and their schoolwork, but then commitment from the school to their students. That's very good. And this is a good one too. Law students tend to measure themselves by their grades when they are confronted for the first time in law school when they are not at the top of the class. They don't have the experience of working through failure to draw upon. That's very good. And I think that points to another way of just encouraging the growth mindset, and then really just working to counsel and help people work through instances where they perhaps haven't experienced this failure before, and they're not really sure what to do at that point. So these are wonderful. Actively studying instead of passively studying. Rigor. So feel free to keep adding to the Q&A box. We are actually going to save the responses here because I think there's a lot that can be learned by pulling all of these together. We have many, many research projects in the hopper, and all of this can certainly help us to kind of frame our research and our work in the future. So please, I encourage each of you to continue adding in here as long as you would like. I look forward to reading all of them. So this all leads us to what I mentioned earlier. So a new initiative with new questions. So basically, we're going into iteration 2 or phase 2 of this project. And there are 2 different projects here. One seeks to address each of these 3 questions, and the other is more narrowly focused on the third. So the new questions are, how do law student experiences and behaviors develop over time? And this was just one of the limitations of our study because we had only lessee feedback for students in their spring of their 3L year. So we aren't able to look back and say, well, how did that compare to year 2 or to year 1? And likewise, we aren't able to compare that to about how it relates to earlier GPAs. So our new initiative is tracking the same cohort of students over the course of their law school careers, so over 3 years. And they take the lessee survey each year. And so we're hoping to be able to identify some of these trends, to look at how student experiences, behaviors adjust and change. So what did students learn after coming into law school that they needed to change about themselves in order to be successful? And then we also are going to look at, well, how does that relate to GPA growth? You know, was a lot of growth in student experiences and behaviors tied to how students, the level of GPA growth? And this also will look at an extension of one of our major findings about LGPA growth and whether that phenomenon extends into the undergraduate performance. So is there some measure of undergraduate GPA growth? And if so, does it predict law school academic performance? And how strong is it compared to more traditional measures of just UGPA and LSAT scores? So the first project is attempting to tackle all 3 of these, and it's already in the works. We have some participating schools, and we'll be working through that over the course of the next 3 years. But we'll be kicking off a second initiative that doesn't have the same kind of sample size requirements. So the first initiative requires that we have something like 150 lessee respondents each year, which means you need to have a large class size, essentially. But there's been a lot of interest in what we do plan to kick off in the next month, 2 months, or in the forthcoming months, is to begin a study that doesn't require that, that really just looks deeply at undergraduate GPA and whether there is some measure of growth that can be calculated that predicts law school performance as well as bar exam performance. And I think that that's going to be extremely illuminating research. So look for more of that via email, and it'll be posted on our webpage in the coming months as well. and we'll also begin recruitment for that larger project, again, probably later on this year. And with that, I am happy to kind of turn this over to some question and answer. I think we have a couple of minutes with which to close up there. Josh, did you see any questions you wanted to look at?
Let's see. So someone asked a while ago, the correlation, I hope I get the question right, the correlation between growth and GPA growth and bar success. They asked, is that correlation or causation? I would say that's, we're not thinking in terms of causal terms. We're not arguing that increasing your GPA causes you to do better on the bar exam. I would say that we suspect that there are some factors that we need to figure out that are driving both growth and higher bar success, right? So these would probably be the other measurable below the surface growth items we mentioned, right? So, your real world experience might cause you to do better on the bar exam because developing your practical skills might, in a sense, cause you to do better on your bar exam. And that probably also causes your GPA to grow as you apply those skills to your curriculum. So we don't point to growth as causal. We point to growth in terms of its interesting relationship and its with bar passage in the sense that it reveals that you are not condemned from your, if you have a poor incoming set of admissions factors or if you don't do as well as you would have liked to in your first semester. Another project we have in the hopper is asking the question of, okay, so growth seems to correlate a lot with bar, improving your odds on the bar. So what causes an increase in growth? And that's a project we're undertaking right now.
So another question just came in, and I think this is a really good question that I'm happy to kind of get at and answer here. And that's, did the growth and real world experience control for students with higher GPAs being more likely to get those real world opportunities? And yes, that is the case. When we were looking at student engagement factors, we considered that student performance in law school may have some impact on the factors that we were studying, including getting these external opportunities. I can't speak to exactly whether in our final model we have, no, I'm pretty sure, Josh, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, that we do include, I think, final GPA as a control variable to say, what did students' academic performance, or to control for students' academic performance, and therefore how likely they were to get an external opportunity like that.
Yeah, that's right. And in the case of growth, when we include that as a predictor, because we include there the first semester GPA as a control variable. The idea there being, if Fred enters with, has a 2.5 in the first semester and Emily has a 3.5, Fred has much more room for growth than Emily does. So we need to account for the room for growth that they have by accounting for their actual performance in that first semester. So we account for performance there as well. Feel free to keep posting questions as we look through the past ones. Someone asked, how do we communicate to students that they're in a risk set without communicating to them that they are condemned from those risk factors? I think by communicating to them that the reason that an intervention is happening is because they're not, it's not set in stone that they're going to perform worse on the bar than others. They're not going to pass the bar based on their first semester performance. You could feel free to cite our study, but we refer them to evidence that growth matters and that there are things they can do to improve their performance and their odds of passing the bar over their legal or their law school careers, I should say.
And I think we got one more time for one more question. And this one I saw earlier and I just lost track of. And it's related to the fact that high LSATs, students with high LSAT scores and GPAs go to higher ranked schools more generally. And this is a technical type question that we've avoided, but being at the end, this is something that we did consider, that there are differences between schools. So the statistical approach we take accounts for these differences. So we basically, in a nutshell, compare students to students within the same school only. We don't compare student X to student Y, student X at one law school to student Y who's at another law school. This is a thing called fixed effects. So it's basically just making your comparison group be students that are at your school. And so with that, I think we will pass it back to you, Kayla.
Great. Thank you so much, Josh, Jason. Your research is just so compelling and really useful for everyone involved in academic and bar support roles. So thank you for sharing all of that with us today. And thank you all for participating in the session. I am going to turn things back to our co-hosts at this time, Fidel and Kamisha.
Thank you, Kayla. And thank you, everybody, for staying with us. Just in case, I know you heard the email addresses. Please be sure to take a look at them. If you have any additional questions or you just want to speak to somebody, here it is. Thank you. So I got to say thank you for that informative session. I mean, Kayla, you summed it up perfectly. But it's time for our next break. Let's head over to our Zoom with our very own Lisa Thaden, Vice President of Helix Bar Review and Engagement. On the next screen, you'll actually be able to click on the actual Zoom link to join. While in this second break is for 15 minutes, the yoga experience that you're about to encounter will only take place for a few minutes within the break. So try to enjoy as much as possible, stretch, relax, breathe, in order to re-energize us for the next sessions. We'll see you back here at 11:45 a.m. for those of you on the West Coast and 2:45 p.m. for those of you on the East Coast. Thank you.
Testing. Testing.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We hope you feel relaxed and had an opportunity to maybe grab a snack or refresh your beverage. We're happy and hope you're ready to be present with us for the rest of the day. We've already had some really awesome conversations about data, and we're excited now to get ready to hear from this panel. And it is my pleasure to introduce to you our moderator for our next session. I really had the privilege and opportunity to work alongside this person, both in the academic and bar success space, but also here at AccessLex. And she has truly been, as we heard earlier in the introduction from her, a thought leader in this space. And so it's my privilege to present to you Sarah Berman, who's going to moderate our next conversation. Sarah, are you with us?
I am. Here we go.
Wonderful.
I just had an echo. Does anybody else have an echo, or am I good? I'll assume I'm good. All right. Well, I want to thank you, Kamisha, and thank everyone for a wonderful day so far. I am thrilled to be moderating this panel, studying the interventions, what's working to improve student success and bar passage. And just a snippet of background, you all heard my introduction. I think most of you know me, but when I first started at AccessLex, I had the privilege and honor of creating a couple of different grant programs. And we have funded some amazing research and interventions. And one of the joys of being involved in that kind of work is seeing the results and the findings from the research. And we are just now, 3.5 years later, 4 years later, starting to see some incredibly empowering research and findings. So that is the goal of this particular session. And we have 6 institutions that all received AccessLex grants to do a wide range of work in their law schools and other organizations. And their work has implications for today and tomorrow to better our world. So I'm privileged to introduce a couple of people who are going to be presenting. Some of our organizations will have 2 presenters. Cali will have John Mayer and Deb Quintel. Hofstra will have Nicole Lefton. We have Dean Crowell from the New York Law School. We have Afton Kavanaugh from St. Mary's, Chris Swoboda, and Amy Farley from the University of Cincinnati. And last but not least, Mason Height from Appalachian School of Law. And I'm running quickly through everyone because they are going to introduce themselves a little bit more thoroughly and their institutions in the context of the work that they'll be talking about. So just a tiny little bit of housekeeping. I'm going to tell you how this session's going to go, and then I'm going to turn it over to my panelists. I want to give everybody 4 hours to talk about their research because they all deserve it. But I have given each institution only 5 minutes to summarize their research. And I've also asked them to address within that summary some of the most significant challenges they face and some of the most important and long-lasting findings. So when I turn it over to each institution, if you wonder why they're cutting themselves short, and if you want to hear more, that's why you have their contact information and you're going to be able to reach out to them and learn more. And many of them have report findings and papers that are housed on the AccessLex website. After everyone has had their 5 minutes to sort of give you the summary and snapshot, we will turn to a robust dialogue between the 6 institutions and myself, all of our participants, and I'll fire some questions, and we'll talk amongst ourselves about the impact and the future of legal education, and how this research and all empirical research really transforms the legal academy and what we're doing. It's great to say what I did and to tell anecdotal stories. It's far more powerful. What these folks are all sharing with you is empirical findings and sustained research that is going to have an impact for today and tomorrow. So with that note, I am going to turn it over to John Mayer and Deb Quintel from Cali.
Hey folks, John Mayer. I'm the executive director of Cali. Cali, I hope you all know, is a 501c3 nonprofit. It's a consortium of almost all the U.S. law schools. With some help from AccessLex, we conducted a lesson authoring fellowship. We pulled together 7 experienced academic success faculty who, over the course of 18 months, wrote 35 brand new Cali lessons covering topics that help students succeed in their law school studies. These lessons didn't cover like the traditional doctrine areas of the law. They weren't like torts or contracts. They were about learning how to learn, dealing with the struggles that first gen and frankly all law students at some point have in figuring out how to do law school. The goal was to create a repository of online, always available, self-selectable learning materials. Cali lessons are interactive. The students can use these, or the faculty in their doctrine classes can assign them, or the academic support success people can direct students to these, or they could be assembled into a mini curriculum or assignment list for pre-law students or during orientation. You know, we let you decide how best to use these things. The most significant challenge we face, strangely, with the professionalism and the quality of the people that we had involved, building the lessons wasn't, I mean, it was hard work, but it wasn't like a significant challenge. The hard problem we have is getting the attention of students who are bombarded with ads and advice all the time. And we believe we have very high quality materials that are on point for students at some point in their studying. Our second big challenge is it's really difficult to measure, this caused that effect in a learning effectiveness way. Our model is to ask very smart people who do frontline teaching to create our content. We can measure the amount of usage. These lessons were used over 39,000 times so far, probably about 19,000 hours of learning occurred. And we plan to do surveys, during the pandemic, of course, things are thrown around. This will be the first full year that they're available in the upcoming thing. The second biggest thing that we learned was that if you look at it, it's ridiculously expensive. Like I said, 9,000 students already have run these lessons 38,000 times. The total cost of the thing was, around $100,000 if you include all the staff time and all the other sort of incidentals and things like that. But this material is evergreen. We're going to be able to make this available forever, and of course revisit it and update it in future years. And that's what we did. I'll stop here.
Thank you, John. And one of the other things that I know is so important about these Cali lessons is that they exponentially increase the availability of resources for already time-strapped and resource-strapped academic support professionals. So I think that that's been, in addition to the numbers of student downloads, the number of academic support faculty who have been assisted by the very presence of this tool for free is really extraordinary.
I agree. They're a force amplifier, right? If you take those 19,000 hours, that's like, 10 people years of instruction or advice for students. nobody's funded, at that level. And so these things, don't get me wrong, I don't believe all advice and caregiving can be replaced by materials on a computer. But where it can be, or where the student is self-seeking, these can be quite effective tools.
Excellent. So, John, is Deb going to share something now, or is she going to come in a little bit later at the Q&A?
She's going to come in on the Q&A. Oh, sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll look forward to hearing from you in a little bit, Deb. And we will move to Professor Nicole Lefton from Hofstra. Take it away, Nicole.
Hi, everybody. Thanks, Sarah. Can everybody hear me okay? Yes? Good. Okay. Hi, I'm Nicole Lefton. As you can see from this slide with a terrible picture of me, I'm an assistant professor and the director of academic support and bar prep at Hofstra. And we were so thrilled when we received the grant from AccessLex. The leader of our PAC, Jen Gunlock, who's a professor at Hofstra as well, isn't able to be on today, but she led the charge on this. And what we were looking at was really, or we wanted to look at, was the impact of metacognition and metacognitive strategies on bar passage. And we had great plans for how we were going to do this. We had certain benchmarks that we were looking for, and we had questionnaires that we were giving to students at certain points. And it was going to take several years to do this, because the idea was to measure throughout law school, obviously hoping that metacognition has an impact on how they do in law school, but with an eye towards bar success. So I loved it, when I saw the email from Sarah, where sort of, what was your biggest challenge? Our biggest challenge was everybody's biggest challenge, the C word, COVID. We really got completely derailed with our plans because of COVID. It was very difficult to continue to measure, year over year, student over student, when something as major as this, a disruption like this, took place. But we were able to see certain things that we thought were particularly interesting. And one thing in particular that I guess we had sort of been doing this outside of this project too, but it fits in with this project. Takeaways for me is obviously, you want your students to do the work, you want your students to do well, you want your students to follow whatever the protocol is for bar prep, whichever bar prep provider they use. But we tell our students this all the time, and we were able to see this with the data that we pulled. The magic number, at least at Hofstra, is 80%. If students complete 80% or more of the work that's assigned in their bar prep course, and that's not just the final number, while that does have relevance, it's a week-over-week number. We are looking for a constant. We are looking for students to complete at least 80% of the work assigned every single week. So it's a line like this rather than, moving along at 60% and then, cramming at the end. The impact on bar passage was dramatic. And I don't know, I had a slide, but I can actually just, I'm just going to quickly, I know I'm not going to share it, but just to sort of give you some wonky numbers. Our well, I guess it wound up being our October 2020 cohort because of, delay after delay with the bar exam. Our first-time takers had a 78% bar passage rate. Students who completed 80% or more, and this is an entire class, had a 93% bar passage rate, compared to students who completed less than 80%, 48% bar passage rate. And when we broke it down, top 50%, bottom 50%, and what we like to call the soft middle, which is our 4th to 7th decile, which is the group we really feel that we can move the most with our efforts. We had the same kind of really dramatic drop off, I guess, when you literally got to 79%. Our top 50% had a 97% bar passage rate, but 80% or more, those who completed 80% or more, 100%. Those who completed less than 80%, 75%. Bottom 50% had unfortunately a 57% bar passage rate, not great, certainly, but the cohort within that group that completed 80% or more had a 72% bar passage rate compared to 34% who completed less. And last but not least, that soft middle, which I know all my colleagues are sort of in the same boat. That's the group that you want to move. That's the group that you want to figure out how to just tip over the from failing to passing. They passed, their overall bar passage rate was 96% this year, which was quite good for us. But those who completed 80% or more of the work week over week passed at 100%. And those who completed below 80% passed at 85%. So that's just one really interesting data point that I think really fits in with metacognition, because it's not only understanding how you do, certainly that is very important, but that you do, and doing the work and reviewing the work obviously is going to be, the key to success. So I think is that my 5 minutes, or am I probably just about done? So I think you're muted, Sarah.
Yes, just about, Nicole. Thank you. And we will circle back with some Q&A. So thank you for sharing that snapshot of the research so far. All right. Well, without further ado, Dean Kroll, can you share a little bit about your research at New York Law School?
Sarah, I think that Dean Kroll is not on the line with us. He's having trouble connecting, so you might need to skip over him and go to someone else right now.
All righty, thank you.
It's Dean Kroll here. I can't get into the system.
Well, we can hear you just fine. Would you like to speak without being seen?
That's fine. I'm happy to speak without being seen. It would be nice to see all of you. So I apologize. Something's going on with the webcam link. It's not presenting itself. So so let me just describe what we're doing at New York Law School. Back in 2018, we began to work with Sarah Berman and the team at AccessLex and made a proposal for a program to study our evening division's bar path rate and bar study practices. And we received a generous award for that. And the approach has had two phases of work. The first phase is information gathering from our evening students and alumni, and the second phase will be curricular redesign discussions. The reason this is important to us is we noticed that our evening division bar path rates were lagging behind our full-time division, and the evening division had always been as strong and as successful as the full-time division. And so it was important, and I myself was an evening division student when I was in law school, and so I paid particular attention to both the program and reinforcements we offer for those students. In 2019, we started this work, our Initiative for Excellence in Law Teaching team, which is a special group focused on law school pedagogy within the law school, conducted a faculty workshop to generate a discussion about methods effective for teaching our evening division students. And then shortly thereafter, we had our first focus group of evening division alumni. That was helpful in us understanding their experiences both as students and in their bar preparation and ultimate path to success on the bar. Later that year, in the fall of 19, we distributed a survey via email to our upper-level evening students, and we learned that timing is everything for the evening division. Students expressed a desire to have discussion about bar exam planning far earlier in their law school careers than they might have otherwise been having, and we took steps to ensure that there was an evening division advisor to work with evening students on all issues concerning their academic and professional development. Now, evening students have an opportunity to map out their academic plans more holistically and weave in their career goals. We have a course called Foundations for the Study of Law that's offered for both the full-time and the full-time and evening divisions, and we implemented a different version of that for the evening than the day, and it proved successful. We also introduced the spaced repetition tool, which was helpful, and the BAR Blue 1L diagnostic tool was administered in one of the required courses for the evening division. And we learned that students very much appreciate early exposure to BAR-like elements. It's certainly a good opportunity for them to see what BAR questions might be like and how much information they retain from their prior courses. And it was certainly a useful tool to check on their personal strengths and weaknesses. We also learned that flexibility in the evening program is critically important. And we also introduced Adaptive BAR, which we saw was a very invaluable BAR prep tool for a number of reasons, especially the ease in which they could access it and take it with them wherever they were going. In the spring of 2020, the task force was in the middle of laying out a series of tests and timelines for deliverables, and then the pandemic hit, which delayed our task force work on the one hand, but on the other hand, what it showed us was that some of our early theory that distance learning options could offer our evening division students increased flexibility proved to be very true, and we're now in the process of understanding how distance learning courses can offer our evening students more time and more focus, and how, in particular, we can benefit them in their preparation for the bar exam using those online tools.
Wow. Well, thank you. That sounds like an array of findings that should be, I think, scalable to any part-time program.
I hope, and I think there's a lot more to come.
Yeah, yeah. In about the 30 seconds you have left, what were some of the challenges to this research?
So aside from the pandemic itself, of course, recruiting the least engaged students and graduates to participate in our surveying and focus groups was challenging. Students and graduates don't necessarily like to admit challenges or weaknesses, but we were successful in getting a very vocal group who was really helpful in allowing us to understand their own experiences and also offering us some concrete ideas and strategies that if they were in our seats, what they would do to better empower and support evening division students in their efforts to pass the bar exam.
Excellent, excellent. We can't wait for the continuing finding. All right. Well, Afton, take it away. St. Mary's.
Well, good afternoon. I'm going to end up echoing some of the same challenges here in a moment. But my name is Afton Kavanaugh. I am the Assistant Dean of Law Success at St. Mary's School of Law in San Antonio. My predecessor, Zoe Niesel, is actually the one that implemented and executed a lot of this work, and I was an instructor in the program at the time. So it's my honor to present a lot of the work that she did and that I was able to continue to do on her behalf. So Law Success handles bar prep for St. Mary's, the academic support programming, and we also run the 1L legal research and writing program here at St. Mary's. And that's important on the 1L side because that's how we're able to do a lot of the 1L interventions that we're able to do and get away from some of the challenges that we ran into initially, which was the perception from students that this is remedial programming and they don't want to be involved in it and they would kind of reject it. So by making it part of legal research and writing, we were able to resolve one of those challenges. The program itself was founded in part with the grant awarded by AccessLex. And the goal of this program really was to have an assessment and skill building loop that we were engaged in. So we would assess students where they were, what their strengths and weaknesses were, and then come up with a plan to help them remediate those weaknesses and really highlight and implement their strengths throughout their time in law school. And then we would revisit that assessment process throughout the 1L year in varying moments, as well as at 2L orientation and again at 3L orientation to measure their progress across their entire time in law school. And then we also had an exit exam at the end of their law school experience to check on where they were going into the bar exam. It was really with the support of this grant that we were able to then use that assessment to fund some of the intervention things that we did, both at a class-wide level, but at an individual student level. We have a nice big team here in Law Success that has a small cohort of students that they work with on those results. So when we get the 1L assessment results back that they take prior to starting, their Law Success instructor sits with them as one of the first meetings that they do, walks them through those results and crafts this plan, and then monitors their progress both through legal research and writing, but also through additional work that they might do as a result of that. And then again, we continue that process kind of throughout after each orientation experience. Now, some of the interventions that we put into place were not without challenges, and I referenced one in terms of getting them engaged. But the first one we ran into was finding assessments that really aligned with what we wanted to measure for students, and knowing that those assessments were not something that we just created that didn't have any validity, but finding something that had some validity to it that we could use. And then once we found those, getting them back in a timely manner to where you could have those conversations in the right moments with students. It didn't help us in November to be saying, here's what we see about your strengths and weaknesses, but by the way, they've probably changed significantly from this pre-1L assessment because you've now been in law school for a full semester. So those were some of the initial challenges. We've resolved some of those things and over time been able to build some of our own assessments and work on validating them. But the big one, the one that you heard referenced before, is that we had a hard time getting students to engage even with that information. Right? We would sit with them, they would nod, they would talk about the data, they would talk about the reports, but the ones that really needed to be working on remediating their weaknesses, they just were not giving as much time and attention to that process. They looked engaged until you got them into the skill building side of things, and then they really wouldn't participate at the level we needed them to. Of course, the ones that were super engaged were the ones that probably needed it the least academically, and we're all familiar with that. Not that they didn't benefit from it, of course, but we know that that challenge exists for us. Probably the most benefit that we've seen out of this, and I will say that we put a pin on this on 2020, but some good things that we were able to do as a result of this is lower our 1L exclusion rate pretty significantly within the first year by being able to help students and intervene before they were getting those final exam scores back in that first semester, and to continue that progress. And then we have continued to outperform our predicted bar pass rate based on our incoming metrics by about 7 to 10%. And that's been exciting to see that growth each year and how we do. And what's especially, I would say, meaningful to us is that growth, that difference is coming from the lower half of our class. We're seeing it more in the lower half than we are in the top half in terms of how they're performing on the bar and leveraging that to success in our rate there. Probably the most important finding that we made really ties into, we kind of initially thought if we just put the data in front of them, they'll buy into the program, they'll be excited about it, and everybody will do what we're asking them to do. And what we really learned is that we needed to build a program around getting students and our own faculty to believe in the value of the data that we were gathering and the interventions that we were proposing. It wasn't just a put it out there and they will come to it and be excited about it. So we've now sort of created a model for how we introduce data, how we get them bought into and invested in the idea of using it. And of course, we still struggle with getting some students engaged, but that model has helped us with our bar takers. It's helped us with our incoming 1Ls to know that we have to get them to see the value of data and how to use it. And that's where we really get effectiveness in moving some of these numbers that matter to us. So that's my spiel, but I look forward to getting to walk through questions with people here in a bit.
Well, thank you. Again, amazing findings. And I just have so many questions that I want to ask, but I'm going to hold off until everybody has had a chance. But I'm sure everybody in the audience as well wants to know about that. And I'm particularly spinning about this idea of how do you convey to both faculty and students the importance of data without intimidating or without having people shut down It's really fascinating. I'm going to move on to Chris and Amy, and I know they have also gotten a lot of data out to the community. So it may be interesting to see what your perspectives on that are as well. So welcome, Chris and Amy.
Thanks. I'm Chris Swoboda. I'm an associate professor in applied quantitative research methods. And Amy will introduce herself in a moment. We're both faculty at the University of Cincinnati School of Education. So we're kind of outsiders to this research, but we've been interested in it for about 5 years, and it's been really fascinating to take some of the things we know from education and higher education in general, and then apply some of those ideas to colleges of law. So we've been working with the UC College of Law for the past 5 years or so, and we originally began as external experts on data use in higher education, and trying to think about how they can unpack with the data that they have predictors of bar success here. And so we received funding from AccessLex to do a pilot study to kind of deepen that initial partnership. And so what we did was we collected admissions information, course taking information, basically all the stuff that exists inside of the institutional data systems, and we used them to try to predict bar passage. So just some basic modeling, quantitative methods. And what we found right off the bat was that when we talked to people, we heard a lot about how much the LSAT matters, how much admissions information matter. People would say things like, you know, we're going to buy scores in order to get like a better bar pass rate 3 years later. And with this huge caveat of once admitted, like once students are admitted, we found very little association between admissions information like LSAT and bar passage. And so that isn't to say that the LSAT may be doing some things in the admissions process, but once you get the admissions process done, it wasn't really contributing a whole lot to understanding that. But what we did find is their performance inside a law school was highly predictive. So just one course, contracts, was a course right off the bat. It did a better job of predicting bar passage than all of our admissions information in our sample. And so the nice thing about this is that it suggests programmatic changes and early interventions have great promise because there's a lot of time. You know, you can know pretty early who are the people who are potentially going to struggle. And so, you know, for the programmatic changes perspective, you know, right away we help law school to understand that, you know, some of the rules about upper level bar course taking may not have been aligned with the kind of needs that some of the students have. That's just an example. This left a lot of questions, though. Replicability of these findings across sites. And then also these models aren't perfect, right? It's not classifying everybody successfully. And so what is the stuff we're not getting? You know, it's pretty strong, but what more can we do? And Amy's going to help with that.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amy Farley. I am an assistant professor of ed leadership and policy studies at the University of Cincinnati. And my research is largely around policy and equity and student success in higher education. And so this has been a very exciting project to work on and to really think about legal education as an interesting case study of student success in education more generally. And as Chris said, we were struck by a few questions that went unanswered in our first round of funding in our first study. And so we started a new project in 2019 that helped us explore those questions that we had left. So that project sought to do two things, really. First, it replicated the analyses from our first study across multiple sites with some intentional selections to ensure that we had more rigorous or more competitive institutions that were recruiting students who had lower LSAT scores. We heard a lot from feedback from the field about would the things that we're finding hold true in less competitive institutions. And then we also added a qualitative element to our study to allow us to explore the factors that were missing from the administrative data, to explain why some students were passing the bar when we thought they wouldn't, and some students were not successful when we thought they would be. Of course, our significant challenge, like many people have talked about, and we can talk more about this later in the Q&A, was data access. That was exacerbated by COVID, certainly, but I also think there's broader data access issues to tackle in legal education, both capacity within law schools, but also anxieties about sharing data with outside researcher or organizations. So building that trust. And then I think our most important finding is that institutional data sources do have great power in helping direct positive change for students. But we also found through the qualitative data that we've collected that they have blind spots for some really important elements that also contribute in meaningful ways to student success, and sort of in systematic ways to student success. And those things that we identified, like what Dean Crowell spoke about earlier, were things like culture and climate, mental health, and then sort of a larger theme around the role of competition and this unquestioned notion of merit in law school. So that's a big puzzle to leave us on, but I'll stop there.
Wow. Okay. I do see that we need several more hours for this, and you are anticipating with your comment about anxiety around data sharing what my follow-up question is going to be after our next speaker shares a little bit about their research. So thank you, Amy and Chris. Professor Mason Height.
Thank you, Sarah. So my name is Mason Height. I'm the Chief Academic Officer at Appalachian School of Law and an Associate Professor. So our project at ASL was to assess the impact on bar passage of a bar prep and academic success program that was across all 3 years. You know, traditionally we had concentrated bar prep into the third year, or going farther back in time, even into the just the very last semester. So we decided to spread that across the entire program and see what the impact would be, and then also add a bar coaching program after post-graduation. So it's really a complete cycle, life cycle program at this point. So we had statistical analysis of the entering classes from 2017 through 2019, completed by an outside expert, and continuing analysis by outside experts of some of the statistical information we drew from this project. And the studies, what we're trying to get out of this is to measure whether students with weak academic predictors coming in can exceed the the bar pass predictions after completing this multi-level academic success program. So on the student level, the program's been very successful. We received a lot of positive feedbacks from the students who feel like they're getting more attention to the bar pass issue right off the bat. I think a lot of it helps to work against some of the anxiety that students slowly build up over the 3 years about the sort of impending doom of the bar exam that's coming towards them and they're scared of. So that addressing it right off the bat definitely helps with that. So in the more qualitative aspects, we've seen a lot of initial success. So the 2017 class has now graduated and had the opportunity to sit for at least one administration or two administrations of the bar. And so we do have some preliminary data from that class. We will, of course, this is a work in progress. We'll have more data from the subsequent 2 classes over the next couple of years, and we'll be able to report on that going forward. We did have a couple variables that complicated the results from the 2017 class. The first is the big elephant in the room that we all experienced, which is of course the pandemic. That affected the administration of the bar exams significantly, as we all know, and the timing. And so, added some variables that are difficult to pull out and account for in assessing the results. The other variable that with the 2017 class specifically is that they didn't experience the entire 3-year program because some of the components were not in place at the time they matriculated, but we didn't want to leave them out. So they picked up a little bit later into the program. So they haven't, they aren't really representative of students that have completed the entire program. So the results from the class of 2017 only were mixed and not particularly conclusive. Those students outperformed the 2015 entering class by 14 percentage points on first-time bar passage, which sounds great, but they underperformed relative to the class of 2016 by 4 percentage points. So kind of mixed results there. Both the 15 and 16 entering classes had similar or marginally lower LSAT and UGPA percentiles relative to those 2015 2017 entrants. Work in progress. We're excited to see how this goes in the next couple of years as we get more data coming in. And we're excited to report back to the community and to AccessLex on that information. So the most significant challenges we faced in our intervention assessment were really maintaining consistency in the program. It's such a large implementation of a new process that year over year changes in both the student profiles, the responsible faculty, and of course the natural inclination, the understandable natural inclination of faculty to want to make improvements as they see weaknesses in what we've developed causes changes over time, whether, and some of those things are difficult to control. The other inherent difficulty is what a few of the other panelists have mentioned, separating cause and effect. It would be nice to be able to implement a single change, each year and then slowly study or actually I guess each 3 years and then slowly study the impacts. But of course we'd be up to 20, 30 years in no time trying to do that. So you do almost have to introduce more than one variable at a time, and that of course makes it very difficult to pull out the cause and effect and see what what changes are actually having an impact. So that's kind of inherent in the project. I think the most important finding or long-lasting impact of our research is that regardless of that short-term variability in BARC outcomes that we're going to see, and and I'll hopefully get a chance to talk about this later with in the question and answer, but the size of ASL as a small law school, I think, has an impact on this. But we do see a lot of variability year over year. But the more difficult to quantify benefit is that we've seen a really noticeable increase in student commitment to bar study as they get closer to graduation, because we started so early introducing them to the importance and necessity of preparing for the bar and making it a law school long process rather than just something you wait till the end of law school to do.
Well, thank you for that. That is an incredible amount of findings and very exciting prospects for going forward. I'd like to sort of throw out, now that you have a snapshot of a little bit of what each of these institutions studied with their AccessLex grant, both in terms of research and in terms of interventions and implementation of programmatic changes. I want to say one thing. Part of the goal of AccessLex in funding these projects is to help the individual institutions and all your students. But part of it is that we all, as an academy, learn from each of these research projects. And when I asked Dean Kroll, could these findings be applicable to all part-time programs? And I sort of alluded when I asked Amy a similar kind of a question about broader findings or the applicability broader of these findings. So I want to ask this question to any of you who want to respond. And I guess just for the sake of order here, I'll just run through the slides and that'll be your cue. I'll say your name. And if you want to respond to this particular question, you can. You don't all have to respond to this. But the question is, are there specific issues that are ripe to address collectively? Not just as one institution, and can several institutions work together? Again, thinking about Amy's, well, there's data capacity problems within institutions, but then there's this anxiety about sharing data. There's this competitiveness that we have, rightly, because every law school depends on getting its own students to perpetuate its class and its existence. So I'm not at all unmindful of the fact that there are good reasons for this, but is it possible to have cross-institutional, collective consortia or just collaboratives somehow to address some of these issues more broadly? And as I turn to you each and you answer the question, say if you think what you did research-wise would lend itself to collaboration with other institutions on a next round, for example, if you were to continue the research? So I'll just take it from the top, John or Deb.
So I'll jump in here, Sarah, if I may.
Please.
Yes. So there is room for collaboration between institutions. CALI, as you know, is a consortium already of law schools. Our lessons, a couple people have asked, they're at cali.org/success. And if you look at those lessons, they can be used right out of the box as they exist on the website, which means anyone can use them. We collect all the data. We can share with people what your students at your school are doing through a feature called Lesson Link. You can also modify the lesson as a faculty member. So you can change things and then collect the information just for your school on your students. Students don't want remedial programming. And we work very hard with the fellowship to not classify materials as 1L or 2L or beginning or, wow, you need help here as a header. But instead, it's categories of where you might be. And in many ways, law school repeats itself. You buy a casebook, you attend class, you make an outline, you take an exam. Second semester, you buy a casebook, you go through the same process. And at all these times, there's room for collaboration between the schools. We've got free casebooks that can be modified. We've got all these lessons that we made with the AccessLex grant. We're starting another round of creating lessons. I would love to hear from the community what topics they'd like. There's a way to collaborate because our lessons allow one lesson to do the work of actual people. It doesn't substitute for people, but instead of giving a broad lecture on how to do note-taking, point your students to this lesson and then work with the students individually on problems that they're having rather than to try and address a class of 40 students who are working. So I think that there's room for collaboration across institutions, and we would very much like to be part of that, and folks can reach out and let us know how we can be part of this exchange of information.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Lefton, does your research lend itself to a collaborative follow-up with other institutions? Is it feasible? What are your thoughts?
Well, I love to collaborate, and I feel like I actually do a fair amount of collaboration with, colleagues at other institutions. But I feel the one thing, I guess I see two places where collaboration works. One is I'm certainly open to sharing any of the projects or the courses or the other interventions that I've done and, give sort of broad brush, information about how successful they've been. I'll certainly give details about, the courses that I've done. And I love to collaborate as we sort of look to see how we can improve the current bar exam, the UBE, to make it better. Sarah knows we have similar, feelings about how can we make the bar exam a better bench, what's it called? A bar, no pun intended, to measure success as a first-year attorney and thereafter. The one place where I think we do have trouble with collaboration, and not because of anything that I feel strongly about sharing information with other New York schools or anything like that, is I think you run into problems with privacy issues and, sharing data. And, to make it meaningful, I think we would really have to share real data. And then that obviously gets into FERPA and other problems that can come up. So as far as sharing, the data that we're pulling specifically with regard to metacognition, I think as much as I would love to do it, and I know we're going to obviously write something up on it in a way that's going to be very helpful to the community, I think getting into the weeds and into the details of it will be tricky to do without potentially exposing the school to, releasing information they shouldn't be releasing. So
Right. Well, I appreciate the candor, and I think that this is the only way we are going to achieve effective collaboration is if we address the elephants in the room, and certainly privacy and FERPA and some of the other ones are elephants we have to talk about. Dean Crowell, do you have thoughts on how your findings and your research could potentially dovetail with collaboration with other institutions who have evening programs or other institutions that could learn from what you're doing and vice versa?
Sure. I think that obviously the first rung approach would be other evening programs, but also I do think what we're learning from our research on the evening program can be extended to programs where students are studying full-time. While our evening division is designed principally for working professionals, there's no shortage of law students today in full-time programs who are working significant numbers of hours because of the financial burdens that pursuing a law degree place on them. I think it's critically important for us to not only understand the curricular implications and what we require and how we prepare them to be full-fledged members of the profession by accessing the profession ultimately through that final gate, the bar exam, but also what are those hurdles, particularly when it comes to their economics, when it comes to family responsibilities, when it comes to how we as institutions can support them and offer them resources and strategies for managing a whole lot that's on their plate now that perhaps wasn't always as significant for law students over the years. And certainly when we talk about things that cause stress, I do think about the mental health implications of everything we do. I think we're about to enter a time where everything we've been learning from this research, it comes to a moment where there's discussion of there being a new bar exam. And I think if we are, and I have to say, if the past year has shown us anything, we need to be a profession that is committed to inclusion and be a profession that is committed to not only providing access to legal education, but ultimately the right programs and reinforcements to ensure success in the program of legal education and ultimately success as members of the bar. So we have an affirmative role. We understand certain things about our students. We understand things about how our curricula work to benefit our students and benefit those on whose behalf they advocate ultimately as lawyers. We have a role in influencing the outcome of what that new bar exam looks like, and what are the appropriate dimensions of that exam, and how can we help based on our status as educators? How can we help design that in a way that is meaningful and appropriate?
Well, and as you say, this implicates everyone. So it's not a school by school issue. This is across the academy and certainly within jurisdictions, across jurisdictions. And if you think about the fact that, nearly 40 jurisdictions have UBE exams at the moment, it crosses jurisdictions as well. And we are a fairly small academy. We're 200 law schools. This is not, many lawyers have more than 200 clients. It's not a massive amount of institutions, but we do have a culture that has not been collaborative in all of the sharing senses. In many senses, we are self-governing with our site visits and all that. We're very collaborative, but in other ways, we've been protectionist in other ways. So very, very interesting commentary, and both you and Professor Lefton linking this ultimately to changes underway with the bar exam. Afton, do you have thoughts on, I'm always impressed and excited about the fact that you started by talking about the fusion with your legal writing. is that a model, and are some of the other things you did things that you could consider collaborating with and helping other schools to get their legal writing faculty to be working with academic support? And I'm picking on that one example because I think that's such a groundbreaking part of the program. But talk about collaboration with other institutions.
Well, I think that, I mean, you kind of hit on where I was going to go, and I'll just briefly aside and say I agree on all the bar stuff as I was thinking about how to answer this question. I think bar advocacy across institutions and looking at the bar as a measure of minimum competence and doing some real studies around that would help us advance that discussion. And that kind of gets beyond FERPA because we're talking about graduates and how they're doing. So that may help with some of those logistical challenges. To the idea of collaboration, I think the biggest obstacle many of us have in doing that cross institutional research is just our own manpower within our institution. We can barely run our own stuff, much less find time. So we have to design it in a way that reduces the load on both sides, which is, of course, feasible. It takes time to think about how to do, but combining departments like this, bringing in our LRW team within the fold of what we're trying to do, that was a way to also help with the manpower side of what we wanted to accomplish. You couldn't have two advisors doing all of those things. So if, in terms of that cross-institutional engagement, I think our research is something that we can bring other people in on. And while I can't, of course, share individual student data, I'm always happy to consider how do we use these assessments across institutions and measure that pathway to success, and what factors at different institutions may be impacting that for similarly situated students as they come through. How does the way that we do that maybe impact how a student does in their time in law school versus the way that another program is able to do that? And then how do we use that to go about making some cases to our own school about this is probably the model? And it's not just the model because we anecdotally think it's the model, but it's the model because now across many institutions we've been able to show this is where it's most effective and the institution's doing it this way. I think we can get some scale there, but designing it is a manpower challenge, as so much of this stuff is.
Yeah. Reality. Always bring us back to reality. Somebody's in the trenches and there's only so many hours, right?
It's difficult for me to say as somebody with a lot of people in my program, I know, but manpower is still, it's a problem even for us with this many people. So.
And I really appreciate that. I think that's so important because there are plenty of academic success programs across the country that have one person or sometimes even a half a person because they have other appointments. So yeah. Professor Farley and Professor Swoboda, either one of you, you have been working in cross-institutional research. So and Amy, you brought up this issue that sparked me thinking about this question. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for the chance to respond, Sarah. I will say we do see sort of the culture of competition as a barrier. I think we heard a lot from multiple institutions that they were interested in being engaged, but there was concern about, for example, other law schools from their same state being a part of our project as well, that somehow they would find out the secret sauce and then be less competitive in their state. And so I think there is something sort of on a broader scale to solve around rankings and competition and the way that legal education functions that are challenges for sure. I will say, like any research project, I think, it's all about building trust and supports and ensuring that the intentions are sound and productive, right? It's about supporting and doing better, not about demonstrating weaknesses or challenges. And then I do think there's lots of issues that are ripe for institutions to address collectively. I think comparing things like the kind of predictors that are most important for bar success in different kinds of institutions, there's real power there in finding some of these differences. I think in our research, the role of culture and climate of law school has really surfaced as something that is central to our work that we didn't anticipate. And we find a lot of similarities across institutions, and we're starting to see some differences across institutions in the way that those function. And so I think that's really interesting and important too. And I think the last, two things I'll leave us with. I think the first thing is that there's a tendency in research on student success to locate all of the onus of responsibility within students. I think some of that happens naturally because we're using data about students to predict student performance. And so I think the beauty of thinking about these things cross-institutionally is it allows us to broaden our conception to really think about locating interventions and changes within institutions, right? Because we all have a responsibility as well. It's not all the students. And then the second thing I would say, and this isn't just because I want to support like our work, but I think there's power in thinking about partnering with researchers who have great expertise in data science and applied statistics. So I think like what Dr. Swoboda and I can bring to the table is some facility navigating things like FERPA, navigating research ethics and sort of IRB approval, but also the ability to use data in really powerful ways and recognizing the limitations of data for things like cause and effect, for things like solving these puzzles around how different institutions do their work differently.
Yeah, Dr. Swoboda, do you want to add to that?
I think she said it great. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to say, in addition to that, you know, this business of consulting with, partnering with, collaborating with people who are expert, as Professor Farley just said, can potentially help solve some of these problems for us. Some of the privacy issues that Professor Lefton raised earlier, they may be solvable if we have an honest broker of a research team that understands these things and deals with this on a regular basis. So we don't necessarily have to become the experts in everything as law professors. We may have the ideas for research projects and then bring in the expert researchers, which is really one of the models that AccessLex has pursued both in our internal research and in our externally funded research. Mason, I know you touched a little bit in your presentation on the institutional collaboration. If you have anything that you want to add to that, please do. Otherwise, I will start with you in terms of the next question that I have.
Oh, sure. Feel free to do that. That would be fine.
Okay. Well, the next question I was going to have, because I'm not sure how much time this is just so interesting to me, is so if you could have a magic wand and go, I want this research on my desk tomorrow, what research would help you to follow up on the work you've done, to help your students, to help your institution? What do you want to see in the next, I don't know, 1 to 3 or 3 to 5 years as a research report? Well, not saying you would do it, just read it.
Sure. Yeah. So I think it really ties back to the last question, in that what I'd like to see is what the impact of some of the things that we've done at ASL would be on the broader scale. You know, what would they be across other law schools? So getting that larger database together so that we can all benefit from it and see what the kind of the combined impacts are. I think just absolutely echo everything that the other panelists have said about collaboration and the importance of sharing data. And I think the benefits of that are more than their sum, in the sense that, once that data is out there and available and appropriately anonymized and secure, and, we will all be able to think about ways of using it that we might not even consider if on the individual basis, because it's just not feasible. So once that database is there, I can see benefits coming from that way beyond what you would initially think. The other aspect, the other thing that I'll mention just quickly that I would like to see is something that I think we could all do with the after we get some research together. So, for instance, last few days I've been thinking about the issue of bar timing, because we had a student, the first one that I'm aware of, taking the bar exam before the student graduated. They took it in Vermont. Vermont allows you to do that. And that student passed and had a jump start, was ready to rock and roll as soon as they were, granted their degree. And, huge opportunity cost advantage from doing that. Of course, there's also going to be disadvantages. I would love to have the law schools collaborate on doing some research to figure out whether what the impact of taking the bar exam during law school is, whether or not it's a good thing, and whether or not it varies from being a good thing or not, depending on the type of student, things like that. Then once we know that, maybe advocating as a group to the boards of bar examiners, using that data as a basis for advocacy to make the bar exam better, kind of going back to what Dean Krause said.
Yeah, well, it sounds like that is on everybody's mind right now, is making the bar exam better. And certainly the timing is an issue. And there are a number of jurisdictions that do allow students to take the bar early. And to my knowledge, I haven't seen a cross-jurisdictional analysis of the issues around that, both the positives and the negatives. And I've heard professors in institutions where that's allowed talk about both the positives and some of the challenges. The challenges being that people are checked out of law school for the whole of last semester is difficult. The last semester may need to be rearranged in light of that. Well, a couple of other thoughts. A couple of others of you, would you like to comment on, what would your magic wand have in front of you? And I'm hearing a sort of a connection that these are relating both to the future of licensing and the bar exam, and also lessons that we've learned from the pandemic. So, sounds like some of you are looking to future what we need and what research is in terms of what we learned from the moment we're in right now. I'd love to sort of ask you who wants to speak to this first, but I don't know if anybody's is anyone burning to comment on that right now? Or should I call on people? Should I continue to call on people?
I'll jump in if you want.
Great.
I promise, John Mayer, I promise to keep it quick. Yeah, I think the lessons from the pandemic, are availability anytime, anywhere. Should be how you start designing any sort of educational intervention or educational materials, because you can't know what people's lives are and the problems they're going to bring when they can't make a meeting or something like that. And the second thing is I'm going to coin a term. I'm going to coin a term. Call it the benevolent panopticon. We want all this data about our students. We want a dashboard. We want to be able to look at any student and see, with as many data points as possible, how they're doing, where they are, and then bring to bear whatever resources we have, be they personal interventions, suggestions, or advice, and things like that. The problem with that is that looks like scary, futuristic 1984, surveillance sort of things. And there's got to be a way to balance that. And I don't think that every single law school should individually have to try to solve that problem for themselves. I think only through collaborating and cooperating can we find the balance that will bring the benefit for the students.
Great. Dean Crowell, you're leading your institute.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Whoever said that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I was just going to jump in quick and just add that the pandemic, it exacerbates inequality. And one of the things we don't have with the data sources are often don't have is a lot of the stuff that we're not using to drive these decisions. Like, we take data to drive decisions, but then we don't have certain types of data. And a lot of that data is associated with that kind of inequality. And so the pandemic pushes even further these kind of gaps in our understanding. And so we try to use data to drive decisions that we're making, but we don't have access to the information that is becoming more and more important. For example, not every law school knows who's working outside of law school, right? Or who's taking care of their sick parent or kid or whatever. And that kind of information in our qualitative work is really connected to a lot of these challenges that students have. And so maybe they don't complete 80% of the bar prep questions in a week, but it's because of things going on in their life that are, that are exacerbated by things like the pandemic. And so really trying to talk to students and understand what these challenges are so that we can use our talented faculty to help try to bridge around them and help these students be successful. So I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think as we're looking for, data that we want, research that we want, findings that we want that would help, we have to ask what kind of world we want. And part of what we want is a world that's equitable and a world where we're going to train lawyers to actually do what is required for competent lawyering. I was just going to say, Dean Kroll, you're leading a law school. What would you like to see on your desk tomorrow as intel that would help you to guide your institution for tomorrow?
So one of the things that I'm very curious about is exploring the use of the growth mindset model. It has had tremendous promise in increasing bar pass rates among underrepresented groups in a recent California study. And I'd like to see how we might be able to extend that to pre-law pipeline programs to help those students score better on the LSAT, and in the academic support program at our school to help students perform better overall in law school on their exams and beyond. A few things about that. The partnership between the California Board of Law Examiners and a group of psychologists organized as what's called MILES, Miles Bar Exam Strategies and Stories Program. It's demonstrated its capacity to raise bar pass rates in California by almost 7 to 9.5%. And it demonstrated a real impact in closing that achievement gap for underrepresented racial groups in the profession. And one of the things I really want to find is a way to make sure that we have not only that access to legal education, but that we have that an equitable set of programs and approaches to ensure that there is an equal level of success and promise offered to all of our students. One of the things I also want to do is to broaden our work with Columbia Teachers College. We've had some very successful early work with Columbia to develop new approaches to applying modern pedagogy to what often is very traditional law school teaching. And so the more we can work to refine our practices and understand strategies in this era of Zoom, and understanding how some of the ways we can make use of technology and reach students where they are when they come in and the experiences they've had prior to law school, the better we'll be at delivering them ultimately to the profession in a very successful and efficient way, and one where I think the law school experience will only grow richer, and they'll be even that much more prepared for the rigors of practice. So those are some of the things that I'd like to see and pilot at our law school in the next few years.
Wonderful. I share your hopes, and certainly think that what everybody has talked about today are empirically sound plans to better legal education and accordingly the profession. We only have about 3 more minutes left, so I'm going to give each institution, I'll just run back from the beginning, just 15 to 30 seconds to give your closing thoughts, and then I will do the same. So John or Deb, couple seconds of closing.
Check out the Cali lessons at www.cali.org/success and let us know what you think, because we want to improve them.
Okay, that's cali.org/success.
That's right.
All right. And I love this. Let us know what you can do to improve them. Continuous improvement and iterative. Fabulous. Nicole.
Just really quickly to sort of piggyback on the last question, because I actually had one thing I wanted to say really quickly. While I completely agree with Dean Kroll and with Chris about sort of looking to try to figure out how to quantify, qualify, understand data regarding hurdles our students are facing, particularly now. Another thing that I would love to be able to see and understand better and measure, actually 2 things. One is grit. I'd love to be able to figure out how to measure students, you know, based on just sort of the grit that they show, because I've found that the students who really have, I guess, overcome adversity and things like that tend obviously to do better. And I wish that there was some way to understand more about some of those, you know, we've got every single, we've got our data chart, like trying to really dig into things like that. And then the other thing that I really would love to be able to understand better is bar exam scoring and any data that we can get on that year over year, understanding how the raw score becomes the scaled score on the MBE and how that translates to the MEE and MPT. And I'm not a math genius, but I'm not an idiot. And I've been to 1,000 presentations on this, and I still don't understand it. So that would be some data that I would like to.
Okay, our next conference, that's the wish list. The 10 seconds for the wish list. Dean Kroll?
Wish list would be that all law schools understand that academic and bar success are not to be put in a silo, that it's everyone's responsibility, and that it be holistic and integrated throughout the program of legal education, even before you start and we track progress and success after the bar exam. So that's my wish, is that we adopt that.
Amen. I love that. All right, Afton, 10 seconds, 5 seconds.
Just from a data perspective, that we all remember, as great as data is, at the end of the day, it's a human being sitting across from you that you're talking about this with. So let's remember that and recognize them.
Love it. Love it. Chris or Amy?
I think just reiterating what Dean Kroll said, I think remembering that there's lots of work to be done within institutions and within students, and just finding the right balance of our attention there.
And talk to your students.
And Mason, last word.
Just again, join everybody in saying that the value is in all of us collaborating, and I appreciate this type of the discussion we're having today, and let's just keep having it.
Excellent. And I want to just thank all of you, and particularly everyone who applied for the new round of research grants. We just got a bunch of great applications in, and we thank you, because without all of you doing this hard work, we would not have the incredible information to better our legal academy, to better our learning and teaching, and to better our world. And we are creating the future leaders of tomorrow. And our very democracy and the rule of law depends on the work that's done in law schools today. So I thank you all, and I encourage everyone to come to our websites to check out the research that is being done by these institutions and by so many of our other grantees. And thank you all for your time. And that'll do it for this session. So back to Kamisha and Fidel.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for leading this amazing discussion. Obviously, a lot of thought-provoking advice and the future of law. Amazing. It's time for our last break, everybody, of the day. I would like for you all to utilize the Q&A panel. Yes, I am the Q&A guy. Once again, my question for you is, what is the best advice you give to those studying for the bar exam? That question again is, what is the best advice you give to those studying for the bar exam? So just please share with us your responses in the Q&A panel. We're going to be randomly selecting a winner for the prize of the day. Just in case, here's the question again. We'll give you back a couple minutes before 4:15, around 4:12. We'll come back and read and share some of the responses as well. Until then, enjoy your break, and we'll see you soon.
Good afternoon. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for submitting in your advice to us. And if you haven't already, feel free to pop in a comment in the chat. We are excited to create this collective body of work to share out with the group. So Fidel, before we share out our winner and some of the interesting comments we received, I want to ask you, what is your best advice?
Well, I gotta say the best advice that was given to me was the from a psychological standpoint, which we heard a little bit about in our previous session. So it was essentially to prepare my friends and family to what was gonna come for this study period. And I certainly did that, and it truly helped a lot, and I got a lot of support behind that. So that was extremely important to me and to my success on the exam. How about you, Kamisha?
Thanks, Fidel. Yeah, I think the one that comes to mind that resonates most is start strong. You know, bar review is a marathon and not a race, or a sprint. And we heard that a lot in some of the advice you shared. But it's important, if you start strong, that'll give you a little bit more buffer for the days that are rough. And then I think the follow-up point to that is something I got from my favorite little fish on TV, from Dory: just keep swimming, just keep swimming. So I know your students are probably involved in bar study right now and may need that advice. So let us share out. Over the break, we were reading through, and some of these I was laughing out loud. Others felt really good and warm. So let's share a few. Fidel, do you want to pull some of your favorites from the chat?
I really wish we could read all of them, even the funniest ones and all that. But there's two that really come to mind to me, just because they were also part of the process when I was receiving advice, and think that it's important. One is commit to it seriously. I think that's important for folks to actually recognize what is required to get through this examination. The other one was just go with your gut and instinct when you really don't know the response, or plainly you could blank out. Just go with your gut. Don't move on. Just get it done right then and there. You responded to it, and go to the next one. How about you, Kamisha?
I love that.
What's that?
I love those. I was just going to add two that I found that I really love. One came talking about consistency is key. So one bad day doesn't mean you have to have a bad week or even a bad month. I think that's so important. And then the other that I really loved was that it's not over until it's over. And even then, it still is not going to define your life. Essentially, one success or even a failure does not define the next step in your journey, and to just keep that in focus and perspective. So a lot of great advice out there. Thank you all for sharing your comments. Again, we will compile these and send them back out. And I do now want to make sure we let you know who our random winner is of our bocce ball summer set. And again, if you need me on your team, I'm ready. Heather Barani at Golden Gate. We selected your comment. So thank you all for submitting. Yes. Yay. Looking for the summer cookout with you, Heather. All right. Let's continue on.
Sorry, Kamisha, I was actually on mute. So as we head into our final session of the day, this is a reminder to continue making your social media posts about what you've heard or learned about today, something that stood out. And don't forget to use the hashtag LexSummer so we can find it. The random winner will be selected for our social media contest that will win. Kamisha, this is a tongue twister for me, so please.
Happy to do it, Fidel. The final prize of the day is our Fujifilm Instax smartphone printer. So for those of you who are the social media gurus out there, you will have a phone printer to go along with all your postings. So happy posting. Hashtag LexSummer.
Thank you, Kamisha. I would have certainly not said that correctly. So without further delay, and for our final session, it is a privilege to introduce to you an amazing colleague of mine, Lissa Thaden. She's going to go through an introduction to Ask Edna, shows a couple more resources that we have available at AccessLex Institute. Lissa is our Vice President for Helix Bar Review Engagement. So without further delay, Lissa.
Thanks so much, Fidel. And hello, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be with you this afternoon. I'm going to take a little departure from what we've been doing earlier today and flip into more of the application of everything that happens here at AccessLex and the resources that we provide to students and schools. And one of the reasons that I really love working at AccessLex is because we use a research-based approach to inform our programs and products. And so a lot of what you heard earlier today actually finds its way into those tools and resources. We get a lot of feedback from all of you as it relates to what is most meaningful for you in our programs. And so I'm really excited today to introduce you to our brand new platform, the Education Network at AccessLex. And some of you have known and been familiar with our Max by AccessLex program. And this new platform is going to bring together not only our existing personal finance programming, but this new student portal is actually going to connect to some brand new content that we have as well related to academic success, student success, and bar success. And this is just a quick sneak peek of what it is that you will see when you log into this new platform. I'm going to take just a moment to walk through a little bit about what you will experience on this site. So I'm going to start with bar success, and really what we're trying to do here is to provide some educational resources in the form of lessons, worksheets, handouts, webinars, all sorts of great tools that your students can use to get themselves to the point of understanding the fundamentals of the bar exam itself, along with some important study skills and information that will help set them up for success on the bar exam. And here's just a sneak peek of what a couple of those lessons will look like. And I'm going to show you the lineup of some of the topics that we will be covering within this platform. So you can see here there's a big section of content related to understanding licensure and the bar exam. So really, what is it that you need to know? Where do you need to go in order to get yourself registered for the bar exam? What are all the components of the bar exam? And in particular, looking at some discrete pieces of that process, including character and fitness evaluation, the MPRE, for those students who may need to seek accommodations, what does that process look like as well? There's another section of resources that really are going to focus on bar exam study tools. And so we want to have content that's specific to the MEEs for the UBE, Uniform Bar Exam, those MEEs, or essay writing in general for other jurisdictions, writing strategies related to performance tests, and of course, multiple choice question technique and strategy. And even before that, I'll back up just a little bit and talk about creating your own personal study plan. Some of you just mentioned in your tips the importance of actually getting the work done and making that work for your life. And as some of the former panelists talked about, that might be different depending on whether you are someone who is working full-time or part-time while you're also trying to study for the bar exam. And so thinking about that early to set yourself up for success. There's a final section of resources that are really some of those peripheral things that students may not think about directly related to bar exam success. But many of you have been in conversation with us, and we know that there are some other important factors, including the financial piece, of course. And that's something that our Max programming has touched on, but it certainly is a substantial barrier for many students and precludes many students from appropriately being able to set aside the time to study or to purchase a commercial bar exam course or so forth. So we want to help them think about that early on. Fidel mentioned his challenge related to getting his friends and family ready for his time during bar success. And I think there has been a lot of great conversation in the community as of late around really training your body and mind. There were some marathon comments that came up related to bar study, and certainly this is no small feat to be able to sit down for several hours in a row every day and on exam day. And so we have started the creation of some of these resources. Here's just a sample of one of the presentations we've put together along with one of the worksheets. This is related to applying for the bar exam and the licensure process in general. And I will say this again, but I want to thank those of you in the community who've been very gracious in giving us some time and reflecting on the content that we're putting together, providing some content to us so that we could help get these lessons up and running, and reviewing that. And I'll certainly make an offer to those of you who might like to participate in that process as well, or if you have some great content you'd like to share, we would be happy to get that out to the community via this platform and help expand really the library of materials that are there and giving you credit along the way. So similar to the bar success content, we'll also have an area on Ask Edna that is really dedicated to student success. And we're thinking about this even in terms of before a student begins law school. So thinking about getting ready for law school classes, making the most of your time in class, and then getting ready for exam day, and even then reflecting on how that experience went and what are those next steps that you take. So some of the content that you'll see here is really, again, getting students ready. What does it mean to be in law school? How is that different from being in an undergraduate program or a different graduate program? What are those words and phrases that you should know ideally in order to understand what's going on in the classroom and to have some of those basic foundational knowledge pieces related to how law works? Study skills are really important. Time management is really important. So you'll see a lesson coming up on time management specifically as well. And then thinking about everything from how do you brief a case, how do you read a case, what do you do with classroom discussion, how do you make the most of that participation, what do you do with your notes after class, and how do you turn those into effective study tools for yourself down the road. And this, I want to just point out for a moment, this first year law school glossary here. Melissa Hale, I think you may still be on the line, and if so, I want to say thank you publicly here. At LexCon last year, we had a session related to academic success, and Melissa kindly shared this first year glossary that she had created and has shared out with many of you across the community. And so we are actually bringing this to life with the help of Melissa, and this will be part of the resources that you will see in the Ask Edna platform. So thank you so much, Melissa. This kind of final chunk of information here is really about exam preparation. So again, thinking about how do you outline, how do you write an effective law school essay, how do you do practice, what does that look like? And for those who may be at schools that also incorporate multiple choice questions, how do you prepare for those other types of questions that you may get beyond the essay as well? And there's certainly a whole lot of information in these lessons. Our goal is not to provide substantive content to students, but really to help them build their skills and for you to be able to then utilize this content as it makes sense to you in ways that make sense to you as well. And many of you may have seen this come out in our email, but I do want to let you know that we are running a summer webinar series related to some bar exam related topics. These webinars are open to any student who would like to attend. You can find all of them at accesslex.org/student-events. If you go to your resources section, you can also find a flyer there that lists all of the sessions. You're welcome to share that with your students, and they can quickly register directly from that webinar or from that flyer too. And I know that I have my colleague, I have my colleague Sue Kung, who's going to be joining me for this next section on Helix. And before I do, I just want to just make a quick nod to some of the other resources that you'll see on the Ask Edna platform and that exist out there. If you haven't heard of them, hopefully you've all seen Analytics, because Kamisha and Fidel teed up that activity for you. But if you haven't, I encourage you to check that out. It has all the 509 data for all the law schools in one handy place, and it really truly is one of my favorite things as someone who loves data. We also have our Lex Scholars program. This is our pipeline research initiative, and it's now in its second year. I'm very excited to see where this goes and to be able to share some research out as this program continues to move forward. We are still currently accepting applications if you have connections with students who may be eligible and a good fit. And Explore JD is our great tool that really helps students think about which law schools they should attend, not necessarily based on rankings, but based on what's important to them as a student or a potential law school student. I find it a fascinating educational journey because it helps prompt students to think about the questions that really might be most important to them as they select a law school from a best fit perspective. I'll just highlight a couple of others. If you haven't seen our diversity pipeline program directory, this is a great resource to be able to find across the country programs that are focused on diversity and access. Take a look at that. You should all see Max by AccessLex, our personal finance program I mentioned earlier. And the last thing I want to really make sure I talk about today is something that many of you pointed out earlier today, but if you have not yet seen it, I want to point your attention to our new law school scholarship data bank. This brings together over 800 different scholarships that are specific to law school students. They also include some bar exam related scholarships as well. Again, this is a free resource for students to access at any time. So please feel free to direct them and or take a look yourself if that would be a helpful resource for you. And with that, I'm going to just pause and say thank you so much for taking a very quick peek with me at Ask Edna. We are excited to be launching that next month. We'll certainly be sending out a big email announcement when that goes live. And if we can be of use to you in navigating that platform, please let us know. And if you have some content you would like to share, please feel free to be in touch, and I would be happy to chat with you about that as well. We know this is a start, and we have a lot of growth to continue to make this really, really incredible component here at AccessLex, and bringing together a bunch of resources that we all know intermingle as it relates to student success, and having them all together in one place is truly going to be fantastic. And now I'm going to take a pause. I'm going to forward this slide one moment here to talk a little more about Helix Bar Review as well. And while I do that, I want to make sure that my colleague Sue is on the line with me. I see her name, but Sue, maybe you can make some noise and make sure I can hear you today too.
Hi, everyone. Hope everyone's having a great day. I'm excited to be here to talk about Helix Bar Review. How about that? Did everybody hear me? Did it work?
That is perfect. Yay! Yes, I can hear you and I can see you. It's the magic of technology. We love it when it works. So Sue is joining me for this session, and it's a delight to work with Sue. Some of you may know her. She comes to us most recently from the University of California at Irvine, where you know she was helping students prepare for and pass the bar exam, just like many of you. And so I'm delighted to have her here to talk with you about some of the program development related to the Helix platform, where we're at now, where we're going, and I think some of the things that are going to really make Helix special for the students and schools that use the platform. And with that, what do you think, Sue? Should we just Should we just jump in?
Absolutely.
All right. So I'm just going to take a moment to drink some tea there and get my voice back. This is what we look like normally when we all get to go out and have haircuts, right? This is some of the folks on the Helix engagement team that many of you may have been hearing from over the last 6 or 9 months as we've gotten closer to launching the Helix Bar Review program. I did just want to put their names and faces in front of you. You've seen Fidel and Kamisha hosting today's session. Kayla was moderating a session today. Many of you know Kim Wallenberg too. And this team is responsible, along with myself and the rest of the crew here, for being the interface with you and with your students with the Helix Bar Review program. I do just want to tee up for you that we have hired a number of other awesome people who will be joining us, and this is the list of 8 other folks who will be our regional director and customer care team. We will be introducing them to you via email next week, so stay tuned for an email from me so that you can meet these folks. I know some of you already know them because they come from this space, some of them too, and others from around. All of them have really great backgrounds as it relates to helping students prepare for and succeed on the bar exam. And they're all amazing human beings, and I know that you will be delighted to work with them as I am. In addition to the folks on the engagement team, we have a lot of other people who've been working on the Helix product. We do have an in-house editorial team, but we also have over 100 faculty who are working on this program from across the country. And Sue and I have chatted a little bit about what makes these faculty special to us. And Sue, I'm going to ask you to chime in about our faculty approach.
Sure, absolutely. So one thing that we were very deliberate in doing is to pick faculty who had some sort of experience with bar prep, because we wanted them to create materials, both videos, written materials, with that student perspective in mind. So we particularly looked for faculty who might understand the struggling student so that we could start creating our materials right off the bat in a more student-friendly manner. So not only in terms of how we've phrased things, but the way we've organized them, the examples that we've included in our materials, so that just the outlines themselves are already more student-friendly. So instead of maybe getting, the person who wrote the treatise on something, which might be great for a law school class or if you're doing a research paper, we wanted faculty who could give us, what do they need to know to pass the bar exam? Let's start there. So I think, because we did that, we're already, so far ahead of the game in terms of getting materials to the students that they're going to find helpful.
Thank you, Sue. I love that we have that expertise with our faculty, and they're all very passionate about working on this project, which makes it wonderful for us. And I think it really will make a difference for our users too. I'm going to take just a couple of moments here to go through some of the pictures of the Helix program if you haven't seen it yet. And I'll direct us through just some of the components that I think highlight for you what, again, might be a little bit different about Helix, or what might be something that you might find especially useful. So this is just the landing page of Helix. When you log into the program itself, you're going to see the countdown to the bar exam day. You're going to see what your study tasks are for the day and your progress in the course. I'll talk a little bit more about some of the statistics that you see on your screen as we go through too as well. A couple of things that I want to highlight for you really relate to the way that we approach content. And I'm going to talk about it as though it's an integrated content approach. And that's distinct from maybe what you've seen in more traditional bar prep, where there's a big segment of time during your day where you're watching lecture or lecture, little components, and then maybe a section of time where you are either doing some form of multiple choice questions, or maybe you're doing some reading of outlines or something like that. Ours is going to feed you different types of activities all throughout your day. And I'll show you that in just a moment. And I think we also want to just focus on the fact that we really do believe in looking at recent learning science and what does that mean in terms of engaging a student. This is a long-term study project, and so we need to make sure that we are engaging students every single day to help them maximize their time and to be strategic with their use of time. And I alluded to the fact that we do really take research very, very seriously here. And so part of that is that the research that many of you have been doing on your campuses has fed into the creation of this program, and the research that we do directly with you via focus groups and surveys and things like that. So hopefully you're going to see here a lot of those things that you find compelling and what you have talked with us about and have seen in your own research. And the final thing I want to say is that this really is a brand new platform. And so we aren't dealing with a legacy system that we're trying to modify. We've been able to create some new ways of doing things because of that. And we've even included some gamification tools, which I think will help with, again, that engagement factor. So let's take a little closer look at a few of these. And this really, again, the integrated content approach is going to serve up to students pieces of reading passages which highlight what we'll identify as core bar inquiries. These are things you should absolutely pay attention to. We also utilize what we'll refer to as short form videos. These are quick 5 to 7 minute videos. Again, no long lectures, just topic specific components. There's also integration with flashcards and practice questions, both multiple choice as well as with essays and NPTs, and writing instruction and practice that begins very, very early in the course. So we don't wait for several weeks before we get into writing. We want students to dive in from the very beginning. Sue, before I move on, any other comments that you want to make before we take a peek at some of the screens here?
Sure, just a few things to highlight about what you have on the screen here. So again, those core bar inquiries were created to help students focus on what they need to know to pass the bar. So instead of just giving you, here's all the rules for, topic A, we're going to tell you, here's how to actually attack that topic if you see it on an essay question or even in a multiple choice. All of our flashcards, practice questions, writing instruction and practice, those are all developed with the student in mind from the viewpoint of ASP professionals. So along with myself, we also have many people on in our company who were hired for that expertise of what students need. So along with just having writing instruction and practice, there's going to be a lot of instructional videos that will help a student get the most out of that practice from the viewpoint of tried and true, academic support and bar success techniques. And I think, that really does set us apart because we're able to drill down and give really specific instructions to help students based on years and years and years of experience that we've all had working with students across the country. And again, with flashcards, I'm sure many of you are familiar with students wanting to buy everything. And so what we're trying to do is have a program that has everything that they're going to need so they don't feel the need to go out and buy more things, because having more things is not always the best thing for them.
Thank you so much, Sue. I really appreciate that. And for those of you that haven't seen this yet, this is just a quick sample of really what this will look like on their screen. So again, these are really nicely laid out reading segments that a student will go through, and it will also allow them to expand that. You're going to see different tips and examples throughout the content to highlight some of those things they should pay attention to, give them concrete examples, again, to Sue's point, that are really highly tested concepts on the bar exam, and done so in a way that a bar exam might actually read and test like. This is just a quick snip here of one of the videos that we have that utilizes visual explanations and illustrations in addition to faculty expert videos. So you're going to see a combination of video types within the Helix program. And what I love about this as well is that you're going to have multiple voices even within each subject area. So it's not just one faculty member covering a single topic area, and if you don't like that person's voice, too bad. You actually will hear and have the opportunity to learn from different voices in different ways within a subject area. Again, all within these short 5 to 7 minute segment videos, which also allows you to go back and just quickly review if there's an area that maybe you were a little more confused by. You won't have to search through several minutes or hours of video to find that topic and refresh and review that for yourself. These are the flashcards that are available. These are on the system, so you can do them at your leisure. And one of the things that I appreciate about this platform is that you can do it both offline as well as online. So one of the things we heard from students is, you know, hey, I'm taking the subway and sometimes it goes underground and I lose my signal, but I'd love to just be able to still do some study. Can I do that? And that answer is absolutely yes. So if spending some time on the subway doing some flashcards is a great use of your time, you can do that with the Helix platform. And finally, in this series, I want to just talk a little bit about practice questions. So you'll see a variety of practice questions in here. One of the things that is nice about the Helix Bar Review program is that we have both licensed NCBE questions along with Helix created questions. And the lead person that helped us create our MBE-like questions here at Helix actually came from the NCBE and was in charge of creating those questions with faculty panels with the NCBE. So in as much as they can be like NCBE's released MBE questions, you should find the Helix questions to be that way as well. And I'm just going to take a quick pause here and bring up a little slide about writing. And I'm going to turn it over to Sue to have her talk a little bit about our approach to writing.
Yes, so for the MEE portion of the bar exam, we've come up with a couple exciting tools that we think will really get students to not only be encouraged to practice, but have them practice in a good way that's going to help them. So the first thing is we have what we're calling Helix core concepts. Those are mini outlines that are specifically tied to MEE testing frequency. They will be printable and downloadable so that students can work with them, they can add to them, they can highlight them, they can do lots of things with them, so that they can really start to learn what are the frequently tested topics per subject. And our goal is that if we can get students to build out from this outline, that's going to give them the best chance of passing. Too often students take the law school approach, which is they get everything under the sun for that particular subject, and then they funnel down, right? They get their notes, their briefs, the outline, from, you know, the commercial outline, the upper division students outline. They get all their materials and they hold themselves up for like, you know, a week, and they come up with this magical outline. And so when they get to the bar exam, they think they're supposed to do the same thing. And so they get all the bar review materials and they try to do that. And actually they don't have time to do that. They actually need to just focus on what are the frequently tested subjects and then build out from there. And so that's the tool that we've created to help them do that. So for every MEE subject, there will be this Helix core concepts where they can start to learn and memorize the rules that are frequently tested on the MEE. And then from there, we also give them instructional videos that walk them through not just how, for example, not just, you know, how are torts essays, you know, organized? How are they, what should you look for? So not only do we include that, but we always also have walkthrough videos where we actually take an actual torts essay and walk them through step by step on how to create a good answer. We also have model answers, and we have grading grids, which is to help them do self-assessment. But one thing that I found that I really was excited to be able to make part of this program are what we call one-sheets. And that's really a way to get students to start practicing early, because as you know, many of them are afraid to take practice essays. And that's because they feel like they have to take them closed book. And so these one-sheets are really a summary in one sheet of the major issues and the facts and the rule, a little bit of a window into the rules of what they should have had in their answer. But what this encourages them to do is try one of 3 different ways to take a practice question. So there's an open book way to take it, where they can use their outlines to take a practice essay to see, okay, what were the issues, what were the rules that I needed? And then there's a closed book version where they don't have anything and then they take the essay. But with this one sheet, we've come up with a way, we call it a hybrid approach, so that they can actually try taking the question first from memory and then look at the one sheet to see, oh, how close was I? And then go ahead and fill in what they missed before they look at the whole answer. Because too many times a student will attempt to write an answer, but the only way they know if they were getting close is they have to actually look at the whole answer, the model answer or the grading grid. And by then, it's not that it's too late, but you're missing that learning step where they can really push themselves to see, how much can I remember? How much of this question can I answer on my own? And then let me look at the one sheet to get me a little bit further. And then I can say to myself, oh, hey, look, there were 4 issues and I got 3 of them. Okay, great. Before I look at the answer, let me write out that 4th issue that I missed. Now let me look at the model answer and the grading grid. And that also allows them to build some confidence to say, oh, I got 3 of them. Next time I'll get the 4th one. So in our program, we've developed a lot of materials to instruct students about all these different tools and how to use them. And the one sheet being something to sort of bridge the gap between open book and closed book. And again, to get the students to practice earlier and more often.
Thank you so much, Sue. I am really excited to see this approach to essays in the bar exam space, and I really look forward to having students engage with all of the tools that are going to be available to them to cover all of our components, but especially this component, since it is a little bit of a different approach than what we've generally seen in the market. I promised you a couple of gamification tools as well. So the Helix platform has an actual game center inside of it. And these are really actually just great ways to continue to review material. And so this is sudden death, where you just keep answering questions until you get one wrong. And I think it's a lot of fun personally. I love to challenge myself. So I have had a good time going through this and trying to see how high a score I can get for myself. And you do have the option to see yourself on the leaderboard if that's of importance to you. And these are not things you need to do. So if games aren't something that get you very excited, it's okay. They're not a required component of the Helix study plan, but we do know that students tend to want to do something a little bit different, and I would rather have them playing a game of Helix Sudden Death than switching over to Candy Crush. So hopefully they'll find that to be fun too. We also want to reward them with some achievements, so there's a badging system set up in here as well. We want them to come back and practice. We want them to do those question sets and exams and get back in here, and so we'll be nudging them not only with email and text reminders, but also, again, with some positive achievement badges too. And finally, we know that people have to take a break. And again, it's better if they do that on the platform instead of necessarily walking away, although it's very important to get away from your screen too. But we have a little button up on the screen, this little coffee cup here. It's called Take a Break. And it just brings up weird, funny memes. So here's one about a cat. And you can just click the button and give yourself a little brain break and then come back to your studies. All right, that was a quick overview of kind of some of the bells and whistles of the program, and I want to take a moment just to talk about a couple other details related to the program as well. And I've seen some questions come in the chat panel. We'll make sure that we address those for you too. So I should have keyed this up at the very beginning. This really, the Helix Bar Review program, when we first come out, we are coming out with the UBE version first, the Uniform Bar Exam. We will also have an MBE only version that will be available. For the UBE program, this is a comprehensive online program, and so it's built so that students can do everything that they need to do to be successfully prepared for the MBE, the MEE, and the MPT components of the bar exam, all online. And it covers, again, all tested materials for that. And gives them a couple of different study plan options. And I'm going to show you that in just a moment. And I'm going to talk about some optional printed materials for those of you who heard me say online only and wondered about printed options. And the last thing I want to say before I show you the study plan is that we're also building this program to have what we're going to call true early course access. One of the things we've heard from all of you is that there are many students who would benefit from starting their bar prep earlier than 8 to 10 weeks before the bar exam. So we are going to open the Helix Bar Review platform 16 weeks before the bar exam. That will be full access to the platform for the bar exam, and we hope that that is helpful to those of you who are helping students get started a little bit earlier, and they can get into the program, and even if it's an hour or two a day or a week as they get going, they'll have that option. All right, let me just show you a couple of the study plan options that are here. There are two technical study plan options. There's the structured study plan and what is called the adaptive study plan. Everyone will start in the structured study plan, which has been carefully constructed by Sue and her team to go through all of the various subjects in the bar exam with the different components, thinking about ways that we get multi-mixed different study pieces in there, doing some interleaving and so forth. So you're going to see that in the structured plan, walking them through every task from beginning to the end. There is, however, also what is called the adaptive plan. And with the adaptive plan, a student will take an assessment test in advance, and it's going to essentially line out where they may have strengths or weaknesses, and will rearrange some of the content order based on those strengths and weaknesses. And different students might find this useful for different reasons. We've heard from some folks that they would love for their second time takers to potentially have the opportunity to do this kind of an assessment up front. You do have the ability to switch back and forth between plans, so it's not a decision you need to make and you can't go back and do it. And for that reason, it may be helpful for your students to do the adaptive plan assessment and then work themselves through the structured plan with that awareness that the assessment from the adaptive plan would bring. But the other thing that I really like about this platform is that it also gives you the opportunity to assess whether or not you may have some challenges with knowledge versus application. So when you see this adaptive study plan and you see the question sets here, these are not MBE style questions. These are multiple choice questions, but they're more knowledge based. And again, that is going to try to get to helping students make some assessment between whether or not this is a knowledge deficit or an application deficit. And you'll see these different kinds of questions throughout the course. And you'll also see statistics that line out differently depending on the type of question set that they are. And The final thing I want to say about study plans is that Helix also has the opportunity to essentially let a student self-navigate. And for those of you who might be thinking about how their student, if you want to use this in a class, or if you have a student who needs to get started and maybe they haven't taken a specific course, but they want to do some early bar review, students can actually go to their left side of their screen where this modules section is, and they can navigate to anywhere in the course and they can dive in. So if they really want to dive into torts, they could go straight to torts and start doing that there. It will capture their progress, but it will also allow them to go back through that content when it comes up in the structured plan. So lots of ways to do that, and also the opportunity to self-assess along the way here. You're seeing this high, medium, low, these different red, yellow, and green colors on the right side of your screen. Students will be asked to self-assess how they feel about that content, and they can actually go back and sort based on their own self-assessment of their knowledge as well. So again, another tool to help students self-assess and another tool to help them get back to that content. And I'll just take a break here, and Sue, anything else that you would like to add?
Not right now. This all looks great.
Perfect. Well, let me get through just a couple other things. I know it's almost the top of the hour, and many of you have been with us a long time today. I mentioned self-assessment. We also do provide students with an indication of how they're doing within the course. And this breaks down both by topic as well as subtopic. So they should be able to get a quick glimpse of where they are at as they go through the course. This will update continually as they go through the course. And we'll certainly be messaging to them about where it is that they should strive to be. Certainly nobody's going to be at 100%, and that's okay. And we understand that sometimes these stats can be a little frightening. There are also great ways to use them to help drive your study, and that's particularly true as we look at the last couple of weeks leading up to the bar exam, and we want to help students be able to make the most of that time so that they have the best chance to be successful on exam day. We're also working on an administrator dashboard, so I'm just putting a quick pick up for you here. We will be back to you in the next couple of months with some training opportunities for the administrator dashboard. For those of you who use these for helping your students as they go through bar prep, we want to make sure that we have good data for you to use on the back end as well. So we'll come out to you with that soon, as well as one of the burning questions I've been seeing in the chat panel is, what is the price of Helix going to be? We will offer the MPRE course for free for students. We're also going to have what we're calling a free preview, which is a little tiny piece of the UBE course. But we think it's important that students have an opportunity to try before they buy. And this will let them take a peek at the platform, see what it's like, see what our content looks like before they ever need to make that purchase decision. The UBE course and the MBE course will be offered at cost. We are also in development with a California course and a Florida course. And we should have those pricing information for you shortly. And I promise an email to all of you as soon as that information is available. It's coming right around the corner, so that'll be coming up. And I have had some questions from folks about institutional agreements or institutional arrangements. We're absolutely happy to be in conversation with you if that is something that is of interest to you. And one of the other questions is, when will Helix be available to students? And we expect that we will be out this fall with a program for 2022. The final thing I want to say is there are Helix outlines, and these are built into the course, but students also will have the opportunity to purchase printed materials if they like. That includes the MBE outline materials along with ME materials and MPT materials. The core concepts that Sue talked about will be part of that as well. And there's also a flashcards option if students like printed flashcards available. And the last thing that I want to talk about is the webinar series. I mentioned during the Ask Edna session that we have a webinar series coming up that will be available through that platform, and that is our Bar Success series, which is open to anybody. There will also be a separate just for Helix users in-course webinar series, so students will have the opportunity to dive into live sessions with us and with faculty. There will also be an MEE boot camp that we will be building where students in advance of their course starting will have some time to really build skills necessary to be successful on the essay writing portion. And we look forward to bringing you more information about all of those webinars very soon. I'm well over time, so I want to just say bookmark helixbarreview.org. That website will be live coming soon. There's just a very sneak peek up there right now, but you'll see a lot more information there in the coming weeks. And if you have questions at all, we welcome them at helix@accesslex.org. Sue, before we turn it back over to our host, anything else that I've forgotten that we should make sure we tell our audience today?
I don't think so. I'm very excited about this program. I guess the one thing I'd like to say is that for years and years and years, I always thought about how to make a bar prep program that was better. And here I get to do it. So I absolutely am pushing for everything that I always wanted to change about a bar prep program. I've been able to change it and make it better. So you should all feel rest assured that all of you ASP people out there, you know, everything that we all thought could be better, I'm absolutely trying to make that happen.
Thank you so much, Sue. I can't wait to bring this out to everyone, and we welcome your questions. And with that, Kamisha, Fidel, turn it back to you.
Thank you, Lissa. Thank you, Sue. What an informative presentation. We're so excited to hear more about Ask Edna and Helix in the coming weeks, so stay tuned for more details about that. Thank you for hanging in with us a few minutes over, but we're almost done, and I want to make sure that we award our last prize winner for the afternoon. So for that social media contest, there were lots of folks posting with hashtag Lex Summer, so we thank you for all of your participation in that. But we did randomly select a winner for the contest, and that winner is, drumroll, Courtney Lee. So Courtney will be in touch with that Fujifilm Instax smartphone printer and more details about how to get it. Thank you again for all being here, and we are excited for the conclusion of all this lovely information. So Fidel, to you.
Yeah, Kamisha, thanks for saying that tongue twister word for me, the prize. Congratulations to all of you who won a prize. Congratulations to all of you who participated today. Again, we just want to thank you for joining us and making us part of the law school community. If we can help in any other way, you can always reach us at studentsuccess@accesslex.org. Please remember to complete the survey. We're always looking to hear from you to improve what we offer. Within a few days, you can expect a follow-up email from us with the recordings and additional resources that we mentioned today. From all of us at AccessLex Institute, thank you for joining us today. Kamisha, it was fantastic, amazing hosting with you. To all the speakers, thank you for taking the time, and participants, well, I hope we can see you soon.